remembers the end of every Scooby-Doo cartoon had a little scene where they unmasked the bad guy, and the bad guy said the following words. And I would have, if it wasn't for you meddling kids. And I think this is an appropriate backdrop for what's happening in this election integrity battle that we're in right now, is because it's not our elected officials that are leading the charge. It's not law enforcement, although we do have some law enforcement officials standing up, even here in Michigan, and I can't get into details on that right now. And there's law enforcement officials standing up across the country. You don't hear about them a lot in the media, but it's happening. It wasn't any of those folks in the Scooby-Doo cartoons that were leading the investigation into the bad guys. It was the meddling kids. It was a bunch of kids that would get paid in Scooby snacks for their efforts, right? And driving around in a Mystery Incorporated van. That was not their job. That was not their focus, right? But they found themselves doing the work that the other folks were not doing. And that's what's happening today. So please, if you raise your hand, please come forward. I hopefully have enough in my pocket here. If I don't, I have more in the car, okay? But thank you very much.
We have
Right, light in your pocket. If I didn't like to draw this light in my pocket from where we go on. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Anybody else? Did I miss anybody? All right, I have them here. Just let me know. But I want to say thank you guys. Here we are, with 13 months after the election or so. Yet we're still at it. And I kind of harken this back to what happened in the gospel, right? So you had a bunch of folks that were loyal followers to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. They saw him crucified, and they thought that the Messiah was somebody that was going to act in a certain way, do a certain thing. And so when they saw that he was killed, they kind of got fearful. And they kind of cowered into some places where they didn't want to be recognized. They wanted to be seen in public until the resurrection. When they saw him and they knew the truth that he was alive, that had a change in their countenance a little bit, don't you think? And all of a sudden, the same people that they were considering over here, they didn't want to talk to, the Sanhedrin, the leaders in that community, in that day and time, all of a sudden they were talking about Max, the same guy that just crucified their head. And I'll tell you, the folks who are pushing and continuing to push on the election fraud issue, the reason they're doing that is that we know the truth, right? And that is something that brings us in a way that is beyond the scripture. And I'll tell you, I don't know how I really did it as I am in the pursuit of uncovering all these fraud. If I was pretty handily, and I thought, yeah, very arrogant with a long law, and they tried to talk by old town. I don't know if I really did it happened when I was in Michigan Senate. I put my back with that 2016 election because of election law there. I could only call it but it's different. And this is a different than one of us because he's struggling. And the analogy of the different between the experience and provide and and that is very much right?
and all involved. All right. I think what I was going to do that is all involved. I'm committed, right. All right, somebody that needs to vote. There is too much in state. And the people in this room, people that, right. They want Gary Delvin right with that back. Not to say, but also more elections. Get a okay. The next I want to also call it out. Matt, very people in our party are actually oriented, and it's a while, the what I wanted director. And the operator, they go off and they operate right people, and then they never follow anything clear doing. Very transparent with take over micromanaging, they never did what they said they were going to do. Has been different. And I give my hard time in personal so like started an initiative to recruit or something less. So it's one thing it was. It's another thing to be a worker. So that is says once you want something right, do it yourself. We're concerned about our life management process and health balance well. One way to address it is be a worker. And so got an initiative designed to raise $5 per worker next election. And after the statistics announcing that you already had 800 people signed up. And if you want to sign up, get the word out to people. Go to Michigan Election Protection.com. Michigan Election Protection.com. Sign up. Be a full worker. There's another nice part about being a full worker as opposed to a full job. You get paid. So getting involved with the whole working as a whole worker. You can't divide the time to do full worker on it. It's going to get involved with the challenge. And engage in that capacity. Another key action that I'll recommend to folks is share information. In the era that we're living in right now, which is that of censorship, I've been banned from PayPal, I've been banned, I've been blocked on LinkedIn, I've been what did you get blocked on LinkedIn? All right. And I've been blocked on YouTube. I got 2 strikes going, I think, on me there. Facebook, of course, everything fact checked. But I haven't been banned. Oh, no, I did have it one time out here for 3 days. But I appealed, and I got knocked down immediately. So I don't know if somebody was asleep at the wheel on the Facebook censorship on that one. I haven't been blocked on Twitter, which is amazing. And but we are in an era of censorship. Media stories that come out from our, I'm in the Detroit media market, and they have a special fetish for trying to disparage me in the Detroit media market. And I'll tell you, everything that comes out there is negative or one-sided. Which, by the way, is another indicator that this is a coup, because what's the first thing you do in a coup? You take over the news, you take over the TV, radio, and you push one set of propaganda. Well, the folks in this room get around that by sharing information. By opening up your home here, opening up your barn, you helped us provide a mechanism where we get the message out to people where otherwise you wouldn't have this study. You wouldn't have the ability to get the word out. To take advantage of the fact that we still have that freedom of assembly, we can exercise it, and share that information with people around you. Along those lines, I want to make sure you're aware of, if you don't know it already, I post all the information I get on election fraud and other topics like COVID policy issues and stuff up at letsfixup.org. And I do want to take a quick side note on this because I took a little diversion from my election integrity focus over the last, over the Christmas break here, because too many of my family members and friends were being afflicted with COVID, going into the hospital, being pushed onto a remdesivir ventilator coroner protocol that was financially incentivized not for patient care, but for the hospital's financial stability. And it pissed me off. And so a lot of information is sitting up at letsfixup.org. If you or anybody you know has COVID or gets COVID, it's not to be feared. Get treated early, and it is very defeatable, all right? And then you're welcomed into the natural immunity club, which is where I am, all right? It's 13 times more effective than any of the vaccines that are out there. All right, so go to letsfixup.org. There's a lot of info up there. It's some of the information that you can share with your friends and family and get that out there to everybody. So that's a few of the action steps that I'll encourage everybody here to take. Hopefully that's a manageable set of data to go up and tackle here. And Curtis, if you don't mind, I'd like to take advantage of this right now. We've laid out a lot of stuff here, just to open it up for a little bit of question and answer, if that's okay. So anybody's got any Q&A or questions you want to ask?
Hey, which state senators and state representatives would you say are good now?
Next question. Well, I will tell you, you shall know them by their fruit, right?
Exactly.
And in the Michigan Senate, I see no evidence of any fruit whatsoever. In the Michigan House, I do see some bright spots. I saw Representative Carr. He started the ball going and discussion going around a full forensic audit by introducing his bill. When he did that, we had Representative Dare Rendon speak out and talk about this. We had Representative Bob Dezat speak out. And later on, I think we had Representative Matt Maddox speak out. And I know Rep. Riley, John Riley, has been definitely been more engaging than any of the others. And he's been supportive in that context. Beyond that, I'm open to suggestions, but I haven't seen anything.
Matt Hall, he's a good guy, isn't he?
There were people in position to do the right thing. Matt was the chair of the House Oversight Committee. The subpoenas that were issued by the Michigan Senate and House Oversight Committee for data from the city of Livonia and from Detroit, it was just going through the motions. They didn't even take all the data that they had subpoenaed. They had it available in the city of Livonia. The city of Livonia said they didn't even want that data. And by the way, the data that they didn't want was information on the actual voting machines and the hard drives. They didn't think it was worth taking a copy of that. So they hired, and instead of hiring investigators for their Michigan Senate report, they hired lawyers. Now some lawyers are pretty darn good investigators, but these guys were not interested in investigating. They were interested in CYA, and legislators, as a condition for looking at any of the data they were pulling in, had to sign non-disclosure agreements. That should tell you everything you need to know about what's going on up there.
Should we primary some of them?
Yes, and actually, glad you brought that up. We have a primary contestant against Senator Lana Tice, who's on the Senate Oversight Committee. She signed on to that Michigan Senate report. That's Mike Detmer. I will tell you, he's going to have the whole establishment world targeting him in this upcoming election. Lana's already getting puff pieces and appearances on national networks like Fox and Friends, and she's getting all the good red meat legislation like constitutional carry, and she's fighting critical race theory and all this kind of stuff. All good stuff. A lot of it could have been done when she was serving as a state rep, as a, now that Gretchen's in there and there's that legislation is going nowhere, all of a sudden somebody finds courage. All right?
Yeah, Lana keeps sending me emails.
And by the way, Lana, I tell you, was a very dear friend until she stopped returning phone calls or emails or in the wake of this election. Very frustrating, especially considering her position on the Oversight Committee. And then to sign off on a report that encourages the Attorney General to investigate folks like myself and Matt who are doing the job of the meddling kids here that they should be doing, because they actually they have subpoena authority. That gets a little disappointing. So yeah, there's at least one primary opponent. We're working on one for Ed McBroom because he really was the primary opponent. And in this, closer to this neck of the woods, we got John Bison, who also deserves a primary opponent for his lack of effort.
I'm thinking of primary
Matt Hall?
Matt Hall. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Good.
It's, kind of, anyhow, it's all unsure yet, but we'll see.
So here's a big lay of the landscape. I mean, when I first ran for the Senate, I didn't have a pot to pee in. My wife and I, we liquidated all our retirement savings to run for office. So in the ham and eggs breakfast, yes, I've been in ham land while here. So we have to find ways to. Money is very important in politics, right? That's how you break through. That's how you get advertising. That's how you get marketing. That's how you get your name recognition. And for those of you who remember my governor's run, you understand how important it is in a statewide race, because only 15% of the people on election day knew who I was. We still got 13% of the vote, which is not bad, but you need money to get the word out. Now, in a state rep race, though, in a state senate race, you can out-hustle them. You can outwork them. And I mean, I wore out 2 pairs of shoes as state senator, and I beat the establishment candidate that they threw in at the last second. Mike Detmer is going to be up against the whole world of money and lobbyist money and everything else. Matt Hall is in the same situation, but you can defeat them. And so we've proven it time and time again, and I just encourage you to connect there. Hey.
I debated asking this question, and feel free to pass.
Yeah.
But given the nature of the room here, I gotta ask the question. So I don't really believe that Matt Hall's a rocket scientist.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I don't believe he's that dumb.
Yeah.
You've been very patient. You've been very diligent in being analytical. My God, you're referencing Scooby-Doo. So that hopefully these people can actually not have the excuse of ignorance. I cannot believe that they're like. So my question is, the Pat.
Yeah.
The why?
Fearful. Fear.
Is it just
It's fear.
fear?
Here's a simple calculus, and I was just interviewed yesterday, a 2-hour interview with PBS Frontline. So who knows where that's going to go. First, welcome to make sure that editing goes well on that, please. Yeah. And so they were asking a similar question along those lines. And I highlighted, listen, for example, on the Michigan Senate report, all 3 of those senators are up for re-election this term. So they start doing this political calculus. Their donors start doing a political calculus. And they start saying, if they come out on the side of election fraud, there's going to be a whole lot of money arrayed against them. Everybody in the media is already tilted very much into the whack-a-mole strategy for anybody talking about election fraud, and make sure as soon as they pop up, they're whacked down, right? And so there's even a political calculation that says, it's a lot easier for me just to sit there and work hard on making sure 2022 is an effective election than it is for me to go out and address what happened in 2020. Because the media is going to paint it as an insurrection. They're going to paint it as a Donald Trump or bust type of activity, and which is all false. It's all focused on making sure we have the rule of law in our country. But they're doing a calculation that says, I don't think I can raise enough money to overcome the world of hurt that's going to come my way if I go off and decide on that particular side of the issue. Some of them, I don't think they understand the election well enough, so even if they were to come out and highlight about the fraud, they wouldn't feel comfortable being able to defend it. I think one common theme coming out of that Michigan Senate report was that they were really happy with themselves if they finally understood how the election was supposed to work in the first place, right? They weren't ready to go to the next level that actually discusses what are all the different ways that you can break an election or convert an election. They didn't provide any footnotes in support of their assertion. All they did was say, hey, this is what we came up with as an opinion. You should have that opinion too. That shows you somebody that really didn't quite have a comfort level with what they were talking about. So, I don't know. That's my take on it. And by the way, I sat down with him for 3 hours up in this neck of the woods up in the UP. Just me and him, a little picnic table forum. This summer. And I'll tell you, he still doesn't get it. Well, I don't know. That superpower is that he'll listen to you until the cows come home, right? You won't do anything, right? But he will listen to you, right? You have $7 and 19 cents for many people, but he didn't do anything. So that's why what Curtis is doing here with these reviews, getting action oriented. Hopefully something that if we get enough traction like this, maybe people take it to action and plan to make an action and do something. So,
Yes, I just wanted to know your opinion on the lack of home workers and challenges from that Michigan GOP. They outnumbered us, especially like at GCF 3-1, and why there wasn't enough evidence on that.
well, especially with time there, they actually did have a lot of little challenges that were assigned there. They just didn't. There was very little organization on the ground. I mean, I became the back of that work, right? And it's like, I didn't go in there thinking that I had to look at where people were, side to side. I came there with one vision. I wanted to find, I wanted to create for those down, emulators, to the data central station, and make sure that there was a train of custody. That was my approach. But there were there, you know, like the opportunity full calendar, like property for some land or something. Supporting something that full calendar with that I help work on. So while we feel better. I think definitely having it better. Definitely not. Please, we're engaged. But there are sides that a little bit better. And it's like that secret. And it's much more effective. And it's a step in the right direction.
Didn't that CFC clean and drain? So they
I hear that. They why everybody public because I'm growing up actually got a medical service that provide life. And many are down, what else, I like it that I want to evaluate other candidates and I feel like it's almost over the non-rock remember and we're assuming it's not one of we got it in real through. We got kind of there that knows out there, and you know they got it that is gonna be center for for me to please make sure they go on our website and download the form and fill it out into like the walk interview and do it, shot it, talking and get an audience to go
MichiganCollege.org. MichiganCollege.org. So please, promote that and the free debate. I would try not to see up in March. And that's letting the issue right. That's we don't get help for that. And we have one from 50 up in March, and then there's another one for Detroit. So this is big, and primary like your voice is heard. Ultimately, we're trying to set this up so that we go beyond the marketing list. Find the talking point that you got to do it, and try to understand what their true character is, and come from and work with reflection that true character. I'm deliberately not trying to sign in on that because I want to expect their group collaboration on it and help us all go. All right, guys. Thank you very much for
Guess what we do about the 30-second introduction. My name is Austin Trice. I'm pastor of Restoration Christian Community Church in Allegan. I'm also the president of the Bonhoeffer Forum for Church and Culture. And I just want to say thank you, Curtis, for the dream come true.
All right. I'm Susan Cochenda. I'm with the Political Action Committee. I've been organizing against this global elite for 50 years, and I'm really glad to be here. So many others.
These are all my experts. Technology working great. My name is John Crawford. I'm the founder of a group called Keep Our 50 States. I don't know if anybody's heard of that or not. Our primary fight is to defend the Electoral College. We've been waging defensive battle against the national popular vote in our state contract, and we're actually succeeded. We're playing for those guys. We're playing whack-a-mole with them around the United States. Extract bills that have popped up in Florida, Pennsylvania, and Missouri in the last couple of days. So we've got people on the ground in about 33, 34 states fighting that. But I'm based here, grew up in Grand Rapids, Michigan State University grad, degree, and also just very appreciative of Patriot Approved. Got to meet Curtis and Cindy Holland during a Senate primary campaign earlier this year, and I'm just real happy to be here. So thanks very much.
All right, I guess I'm supposed to kick this off. But before I get to the subject of this particular panel, I did want to let people know we are part of the Michigan Election Protection Team, and we actually have poll worker applications back at our table. And in answer to that question in terms of what happened in Detroit, part of what happened in Detroit, the city clerk claimed that she did not have enough Republican applications. So the intention of the Michigan Election Protection Team is to collect them centrally. And then we are going to march into the city clerk's office in May with our stack of petitions saying here are 1,000 or 1,200 petitions of certified poll workers. You cannot claim you did not get petitions. So it's important to fill out the petition, and the best thing is to leave it with us. We will get it to match. So you're not going to send your funds. So that's just the answer to that question. All right. Well, Curtis has asked you to talk about the bigger picture. We've been talking about poll workers, precinct workers. So let's sort of go back up to the mountaintop. And he's asked me to talk about the comparison between the fight we're waging against the globalists today and the British Empire, which we fought our American Revolution against in 1776. First thing I want to say is it's not a comparison. It's the same enemy. We are dealing with exactly the same imperial system that we fought in 1776. Now, it's easy to get fixated on the content. Here in Michigan, we have the Blue Witches. We have the rhinos that largely run much of our Republican Party, which we all intend to change quickly. At the national level, of course, you've got Mussolini Joe Biden and his collective controllers. You've got the swamp creatures in Washington, D.C. And with the increasing fascist authoritarian policies they've been imposing through the pandemic, it's really easy to get fixated on the question of the government. That's a fatal mistake. I'm probably going to be an outlier here because I'm going to argue the enemy is not the government. What are we really fighting? As I said, we're fighting the same imperial system that we fought the American Revolution against. Now, if you go back and you look in American history, if you look at the history of our battle and the decades and the centuries before the American Revolution, the real powers in the world were not the monarchies. They were the British East India Company. It was the Bank of England. Before that, it was the Dutch East India Company. The Dutch East India Company in the 18th century, far bigger military than the Dutch government itself. When they went off and they took over sections of Indonesia and elsewhere, it was the private armies of the Dutch East India Company. The first major central bank in the world was in Amsterdam. The Bank of England was modeled on that. That is what we fought. The governments were simply the enforcers for the rights and the ability of these powerful private financial interests to loot. Now, that might sound a little familiar to what we're dealing with today. And what they did is the legal basis for this imperial system goes back to Roman law. And it goes back to the idea that property is primary. Now you think, all right, I want to have the right to own my own business and make decisions over my personal property. Of course you do. But that's not what this imperial system is based on. This is based on the idea of everything is property. Human beings are property. You have the right to have slaves. You have the right to sell drugs. You have the right to destroy nations. John Locke, who in our unfortunately rewritten American history is often described as one of the founders or one of the wellsprings for our founding fathers, he was the author of the Constitution of the South Carolina Plantation, which was essentially an appendage of the British East India Company. And in that, he's the one who wrote life, liberty, and property, by which he meant slavery. Now, you might remember that our founding documents say something else. They say life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which is a very, very different question. Because at core, the real issue is two completely contrary images of man. The imperial image of man is that you're a beast. You're an animal. They have the right to cull you. They have the right to control you. They have the right to herd you. Our founding fathers had a very, very different conception. They were largely Christians, of course. And their conception was that man is created in the image of the Creator. That we have the power, we have the responsibility to use our God-given creative reason to make the world a better place, to discover new principles, to act on the universe to make it better for future generations. That difference of Those two images of man is what remains absolutely fundamental today. Which is why I say the fight is the fight of empire versus this conception of man. And the purpose of our government and American system economics is to protect that image of man. Man as truly man, not as an animal scrabbling with other animals over a piece of property. Now, what is the shape of the empire today? Well, you see it. It's in the power of the central banks around the world. We didn't used to have a central bank. We had a national bank. In fact, we had two of them. And Abraham Lincoln recreated the national banking system as he founded the Republican Party. But of course, we surrendered to central banking in 1913 with the creation of the Federal Reserve. We were actually among the last country to fall to the central banking system. We see the face of the empire otherwise, from the standpoint of the powerful billionaires that we all love to hate, right? The George Soros, the Bill Gates, the big hedge funds like BlackRock, big tech, big pharma. We know what that is. But again, think of the British East India Company. These are private companies using our government. This is called corporate fascism. This is corporatism. It is the modern version of the British Empire. So in conclusion, I just want to say what the most important question, which is, how do you defeat this? Well, we defeat this by rediscovering these very profound principles that our founding fathers based the nation on. Those principles were revived by Abraham Lincoln when he created the Republican Party. And I think the two critical questions that he revived was, number one, this question of the image of man. As he campaigned, before he ran for president, essentially as he created the Republican Party, it was around the principles of the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution. And the second fundamental thing he reestablished was the principle of our economic sovereignty, where we could defend our economy and our productive workforce from this global imperial elite, which at the time was still very visibly the British Empire, which was out there killing millions of people in India and China and so on. Donald Trump has called for a revival of the party of Abraham Lincoln. He said the old Republican Party is dead, and it should be. And that's the party of Wall Street and the neocons. And he said we need to make the Republican Party the party of workers, the party of producers. And I think that if we recognize that this has always been the fight, man as a creator versus man as an animal, we'll be able to find our way to developing the kind of policies, equipping this awesome mass movement which has emerged throughout the United States with the kinds of policies where we defeat not our government, but we defeat the empire once and forever. So thank you.
I would like to point out that the foundations of life, liberty, and property come from what's called the Scottish Enlightenment. You have various philosophical movements that were going on during the Enlightenment time period, particularly in France and Germany, and we can go on a tangent with that if you'd like. But the foundation of our government is British common law. British common law was established through the concepts and ideas way before the revolution, and such people as Hutchinson, Locke for one, but Hutchinson, Suarez, and a number of others who were writing the concepts and theology, basically, of the scripture. And from that emanated the concepts and ideas of natural law theory. Now, some people might say, well, that's a religious thing because of Thomas Aquinas, and he used that expression in his theological writings in the Summa and other of his writings. But the concept that we have in our government of natural law theory comes from the Scots, comes from Blackstone, Matter of fact, Lincoln became a lawyer through simply studying Blackstone, taking a test, and that's all you needed to do. There was no such thing as law schools in those days. And the other thing to point out is that there was a rapid change in the concept of how we look at Constitution through Oliver Wendell Holmes and others who, instead of looking at it as a covenant document, look at it as what we call today now a living document. And so how you interpret it, if you watch the Supreme Court the other day, it was all case law rather than philosophy of law. And the problem that we have today is when people go to law school, they do not study constitutional law, they do not study ethics, they do not study logic, they do not even study rhetoric. Instead, all they're studying is the various cases that have gone before them. And that's why when you go into a lawyer's office, you see this whole wall of legal books, which are nothing more than cases that have been found. The Constitution as we know it today is not the Constitution of the United States. The Constitution today is what we call the con. What the con, isn't that funny? The con. The con is basically a book. The last time it was published was 3,800 pages. It's now online because what it does is it goes through every single Supreme Court case and shows how it was interpreted through the Constitution. And that becomes now the foundation of our law and legislation, etc. Everything is now done by case law rather than covenant. We need to return back to the originalist concept and idea of a covenantal document, which is, first of all, the philosophy of law and the Declaration, the way law is executed in the Constitution, and the guarantees of law, which is found in the Bill of Rights.
Awesome. This is hard to follow. These two. I just my 2 cents worth here is remember this: we are not Canada. Canada is a parliamentarian society. Margaret Thatcher. Do you remember Margaret Thatcher, Prime Minister of Great Britain? During the 1980s, she came to the United States and she spoke before a joint session of Congress. And in her address, one of the things that she said was that Europe was created by history, America was created by philosophy. The United States was designed, Europe just happened. And that was her main point. And it's exactly what my colleagues up here are saying. The United States is still an experiment. It's the oldest running continuous government in existence. And yet it is still a new experiment in self-governance. What was really, really cool, I've been able to drill down in my work over these last 12 years fighting this national popular vote. I've had to do a lot of homework, a lot of study. A couple summers ago, I spent 2 months and I read the minutes, studied the minutes of the Constitutional Convention. That was just an amazing thing that those guys did. They were fighting like cats and dogs amongst themselves, and what they came up with, I believe, to be a divinely inspired document, as is the Declaration of Independence. But what we have to understand is, how many people have heard, we're not a democracy, we're a republic? You've heard that before? Just as equally important to never forget is that the United States is also a federation. We're a federation of sovereign states. The states here created the United States of America. Again, my beat is on the presidential elections primarily, and it is the states that elect the president of the United States. Figure that out. But and this whole bit with this, it's HR 1, the Voter Rights Act, all kinds of is baloney. The left needs to erase the states. Our states are in their way. And that's what's going on. That's part of what the National Popular Vote is. The 17th Amendment needs to be repealed. The 17th Amendment is horrible. Prior to 1915,
under the great compromise, when they designed this country, I'm gonna back up now. Benjamin Franklin sat down, and as they were getting ready to meet in Philadelphia, they were still arguing. They didn't even know what they were going to talk about. They just knew that, you know what? We have 13 states. We're sovereign, independent states. Most of the people that lived back then had never been to another state. If you were in Virginia, you didn't know anybody in Georgia. If you were in North Carolina, you didn't know anybody in New York. And that's where self-governance happens. Domestic governance in this country is supposed to happen at the state level. That's been usurped by the federal government. That's what we got to always remember. States here are the boss. We're not Canada. In Canada, the federal government has unlimited authority, unlimited powers, except for what their constitution restricts them from doing. And the provinces in Canada are assigned, you need to govern this, and this. And anytime the federal government in Canada wants to change what the provinces are up to, they just change it. But here in the States, it's the opposite. And so many of us on both sides, especially our side, we forget that. Our states are not district offices of the Central Power Bureau in D.C. Where our domestic governance is supposed to happen is in Lansing, where we have a shot, we have an outside shot to change it, get the Pat Colbex, and the Matt DePernos, and some of these guys that are actually fighting the fight for us, that we have a shot to change their domestic rules. But they can't stomach that, so they're trying to transfer that to D.C. and just erase the states and further reduce the states to being a mere district office, of the central office in the District of Columbia. So I just want to leave you with that one thing, and that is when Ben Franklin was getting these guys together, they were fighting like cats and dogs. They got into this whole thing about religious freedom, and they wanted to be sure that we could have church. And so they started arguing over the church. And Franklin came up with, he goes, wait a second, guys, time out. Let's go around, let's take some time, we're going to survey everybody. What's important to you? What do you believe? What's your principle? What do you believe? And the religion thing, we all believe in the deity of the Lord Jesus Christ for the most part. And so he gets all this information back. He says, okay, you guys down there believe this, you believe this, you believe this. He kind of creates a big Venn diagram. And Franklin goes, you see this thing in the middle? Yep. This is what we all agree on. Yep. All this other stuff, we don't all agree on this, we don't all agree on this. But we agree on all this stuff in the middle. Yep. Let's build the government around that. And that's what the United States is. And so just keep that in mind. And remember, we're not Canada. The states here are the boss. We have to stay the boss. And if the states don't stand up and make sure that the states are the boss, the states are going to be relegated to district offices. And when that happens, our individual liberties are going to be flushed away. Anyway, I got more, but
Keep in mind that self-government was something that started way before the Revolution. You have the House of Burgesses in Virginia. Each state has their own government. Each local city has their own government. And part of the thing that I think is interesting, there's two parts here that I just wanted to address. One, the religious liberty issue. Why did that come into play? Because a lot of the states were founded upon a religion. Rhode Island for Catholics, Pennsylvania for Quakers, etc. Congregationalists for Massachusetts. And the issue was, like in Massachusetts, if you had to vote or you wanted to vote, you had to first own property, second be a male, and third be a confessing member of a congregational church before you could even vote, let alone hold office. When the country was coming together and they were doing the debate on religious liberty, what they were looking at was the fact that in England, the Church of England was the registered only government official religion. And so because of the states having all these different religions, what they had to do was to add this situation of religious liberty, being you were free to worship God in the way that you wanted to worship, but that all of the restrictions as far as election and election law and public office had to be readjusted so that it wasn't a denominational thing, but open to anybody in their religious beliefs. The other aspect of it, you bring up the concept of the parliamentary thing. Go back to Woodrow Wilson with the 17th Amendment, and what you find out very quickly is that Wilson wanted to redefine the entire Constitution by making us a parliamentary country, where the legislature was nothing more than a maintenance group of people who would basically oversee the maintenance of the country, but lawmaking would come directly from the central head of the president. And we do need to repeal the 17th Amendment, because what is happening is our state sovereignty is being chipped away. It used to be that the legislatures of the states would assign who their particular senator would be. The 17th Amendment removed that concept and put it at the popular vote. So what you have is the House of Representatives being the representatives of the people, and the Congress being the representatives of the state. That is since changed. And we know from the two senators we have that we do need to get rid of, that they do not represent our state nor our state's interest. We need to repeal that 17th Amendment and make it so that the state's interest is spoken of in the federal level.
I said I was going to be the outlier here. But I'm glad you brought up Woodrow Wilson. The book that he wrote in the 1880s, I think, Congressional Government, where he explicitly calls for the United States to get rid of its constitution and become a British parliamentary system. But the other thing that he attacks in that book, by name, is the American system of political economy, which of course nobody is taught anymore. We're taught free market or communism. And to go back to the question of this beautiful balance between our federal government and the states, stop and remember, we did have an Article of Confederation after the American Revolution, and it failed. Largely it failed because the states, federal government was not strong enough, and the states had no capability of defending us economically from the British Empire, which was trying to destroy our infant manufacturing. They controlled world trade. They had control over setting currency rates and so on. One of the primary reasons that we had to go from the Articles of Confederation to the Constitution of the United States was to create the capability that you can protect your economy from this powerful financier elite. So what was established, as I mentioned earlier, was a national bank, which was created under the Constitution. It was not a private central bank. And while people invested in the national bank, its mission was not to make money. Its mission was to make sure that credit was available for our infant manufacturing, for infrastructure, for agriculture, and so on. In other words, it was an institution to protect the producers. And when we got rid of the national bank, well, we got rid of it twice. The second time when we got rid of it with Andrew Jackson, Wall Street suddenly became the most powerful financial force in the country. And our economy was a wreck in the 1830s, the 1840s, and the 1850s. It was Lincoln reestablishing national banking through the greenbacks. So that's what I say in terms of this beautiful balance between what our founding fathers created. You need a national government to protect you from this satanic, evil financial elite. And you can't go to big out with that one.
And I just underscore what Alex up here both said. Austin's correct. I mean,
Anybody been to Washington, D.C.? If you go to D.C., you drive down K Street. K Street in D.C. is just lined with office buildings, nice office buildings, 3, 4, 5, 6-story office buildings. And that's basically where all the lobbyists from the country have their offices.
You go down there and sometimes you see the signs or whatever, state of Georgia, and New Hampshire, okay, this is lobbying from the state of Michigan, and so on and so forth. Was the 17th Amendment to that?
What the founders did was, it was this phenomenally intricate, well-designed, divinely designed, I believe, system of checks and balances. As Austin pointed out, the House of Representatives is, in fact, the people's house, and the people who elect the people in the most populous states will have the most number of representatives.
And over here you have the state governments. The state governments are senior house, cooler heads, certain law, for instance, a tax measure cannot originate in the Senate, which I don't want to get off the point here, that's what makes Obamacare pass through. The Obamacare law that passed, the Harry Reid's bill, intact, unchanged, out of the Senate, and it never made it to the House, and that's a whole other thing.
That was illegal because they called it a tax bill, but there's certain separations there. But today, our Senate isn't comprised of what the state legislatures say the senators are. The state legislatures from 1788 to 1915 were sent there by the state legislatures. State government, I contend, state government would never allow the federal deficit to hit what it is. The national debt would never be allowed. The state governments would not have normally allowed the federal government to commandeer the tax revenue with the 16th Amendment and the income tax abomination or whatever, but they're now sucking up about 25% of income for federal income tax and leaving mere crumbs for the states.
I don't think the state governments would have allowed that to happen. And we got that with the 17th Amendment. So today, our states are relegated to the same status as American Bar Association, Bank Association, Planned Parenthood, NRA, and every other lobby special interest group. And so our states have to hire lobbyists to go over to the legislative branch and try their best to influence. And they're hampered because there's a lot of laws against governments are doing it. And so that's what the left has done. They've taken the state governments, sit down and shut up and get the hell out of here. And that's what we've got to reclaim.
I would, this is the thing, is absolutely true too, because pre-revolutionary, the commerce and the currency involved in under the article, the federation, every state had their own money. Every state charged taxes or so to have commerce come in and out of it. Every state could ignore the federal head. And so what you had is you had money that was minted in New York, money that was minted in California, what Carolina, whatever. And coming out of the Constitution, it specifically states that federal time and the federal time of money. So that brought about an ability within not only just the culture, but primarily the economic trade. So very the idea of consideration was necessary. Britain, Spain, France, superpowers at the time, and all we had a presence, economic and military presence in North America. We've got these 13 states who, United States, involved fairly easily. So they recognized that they had to hang together or separately. And so that's what the other, but it was also our federation back then that it could be unanimous. It took all 13 states to pass that. States cut their own deal and also the United States war had this 1778 always that was interesting. It was Yeah, also the talking about states that do international treaties. Constitution, but that is federalized. No state can make a treaty independent of the others.
And I really want to more out in terms of Americans in this economy. Because almost all of our discussion on today starts with money. Pass it, control, I want more, how can I want more, let's survive, so on. The American system is really changed for the National Bank. It had a different purpose. Its purpose was when you want to go after that, we could do that education work that we invest in technology, white groups, and we think of what it is in America, one of our crowning issues in the 20th century. It's all that's American. If you think about the difference between the building and all because they're Titanic, like Bill Gates and Soros and over the British family unimplemented Philip, who once said that they would like to take money and help solve the population. So maybe 99, 25, maybe 5 years isolation to Elon Musk. Now I'm not saying Elon Musk is right. He's a very different person. I makes on a world collapse fertility. That's the world is doing. Coming in space and realization. They may have been working more than South Africa, that kind of America. But the American has manufactured dreams coming from something like this. One way to go is when it's biography. The other difference between races and the Americans is there's based on money, all money. And ours is based on manufacturing race and imagination.
I think something that brings us up from not doing right here. I think something that's very important is this. Two things are crucial in the next election in 2024. If we become overconfident, we're going to win, we're going to lose. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know, don't go there. Because when you become overconfident, you relax. We need to fight as if we're losing 24/7 and not give up until after the election is over. You all there? We will surely lose everything. The other thing that I think is vitally important, particularly for the Republican Party, is that when we talk about uniting, we're not uniting to win an election. We are uniting because of the ideas that we're talking about right now. Life, liberty, property, economic freedom. Are you all there? Because what we're not hearing, basically, is the founding fathers' foundational ideas about what it is to be an American. We unite around an idea. We unite around an idea. You no longer believe something, you have conviction. We need to have conviction like our founding fathers. One of the things I've been reading is Lexington Concord crisis. These people got to the point where life was so bad under the British rule of taxation, because George Washington fought a couple of wars and needed some way of getting the finances, right? And so he taxed the colonists. which were very prosperous under the type of economic system they had. And then when you push them to the limit, is when people said enough is enough and have the conviction to stand with a musket and face the greatest military force of their day. That's conviction, and we need to get back to it.
Yeah, and let me point out that it wasn't just, actually I decided to reread the Declaration of Independence before I came today. I was actually quite surprised when I reread it, that the first complaint that we have is not against taxation. It was not against the bad things the British government was doing. It was that it was preventing us from passing laws for the general good. In other words, there's a positive conception. It's not just what we were against. And that and that one of the driving things which the British had stopped us from, tried to stop us from doing, was becoming a manufacturing power. Among the earlier laws passed against especially the Massachusetts Bay Colony was the effort to wipe out iron manufacture. My friend Mike Stager is here, he knows the number. How many of the how many of the people who signed the Declaration of Independence owned iron mills? 10%. 10%. I mean, we're talking the 18th century, but these people were producers, they were builders. And it was the effort to prevent us from being economically, industrially, agriculturally independent, sovereign, was one of the driving forces. Now, we're going to have a smackdown one of these days on the question of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness versus life, liberty, and property, but maybe not today.
If you haven't read the Declaration of Independence, or if you haven't reread it, maybe in the last 12 months, do that before you go to bed tonight. It takes about 10, 11, 12 minutes, but you really need to do that. There's 29 listed complaints that are in that Declaration of Independence, and it really does set the stage. And you go, you know what, these people are justified in doing what they're doing. It's a good thing.
The thing is, and she's absolutely right, because keep in mind what the British did, and they didn't just do it to us colonies. You go to like Kenya and the African colonies, what they did is they specifically stopped the production of American goods, and you were forced to buy British goods. And that's why the Tea Party happened, by the way. I think it's the Stamp Act, if I'm not mistaken. But now take a look at the Declaration. When you take a look at the Declaration, one of the things that happened with the Constitution, and the Constitution being affirmed, was the fact that the Constitution did not have rights. Well, what rights are we referring to? Those 29 arguments of the Declaration of Independence directly affected the writing of the Bill of Rights, which were the original 12 proposed amendments, of which only 10 actually passed. Again, take a look at the Bill of Rights. When you take a look at the Bill of Rights, see how many of your personal rights have been, what's the word I want to use here?
Stolen.
What is that? It's not only just infringed, in some cases trying to be removed. Look at COVID, the right to assembly, freedom of religion, freedom of the press, freedom of speech. These things are beginning to be taken away from us one by one in little implementations. Your rights are what's on the balance of all this. The economic factors that she's talking about is going to be the tool. Think about this for a minute. I'm from New York originally. You go to New York City now, in order to have lunch, you gotta show your 666 card. Are you all there?
Yeah.
You're about that far away from that happening right here in this state, particularly with the Wicked Witches in Lancet. You have to understand that these foundational principles are what we're willing to sacrifice and die for. And if you're not, you just roll over and die. And the economics that she's talking about, you know, when you look at some of the conflicts that have gone on, why do nations fight against nations? It's because of the banking system. Are we getting close?
Not only that, I mean, nations fight against each other because they're pitted against each other by the empire. I mean, if you go back and you look at Donald Trump's speeches on the defense of sovereignty for everybody.
Yes.
I mean, when he was in China meeting with Xi Jinping before COVID, and they had a working relationship. And he would say, I'm for the sovereignty of the United States, you're for the sovereignty of China, as it should be. We're going to work out our differences. He gave a beautiful speech in, I think it was in Vietnam at an ASEAN conference, where he said, think of every nation as a beautiful star in a constellation, celebrating its sovereignty. Now, speaking of what we've lived through with COVID for the past 2 years, I really encourage people to go back and find the speech that Donald Trump gave right before our world turned upside down. He went to Davos in January of 2020. He went to the belly of the beast, and he stood up against the world's would-be rulers. And what he asserted was the optimism of what it is to be an American. And he said, how can you claim we cannot solve our problems? And he said, just a couple of 100 miles from here is a beautiful example of what man can do. And he referenced the Great Dome in Florence, Brunelleschi's Dome, if any of you have ever been to Florence and seen this incredible dome towering over the entire city. And he pointed out that when the founding fathers of Florence built the foundation for that dome, they did not know how to make a freestanding dome above it. They had not figured out the science and technology. And the Black Death intervened, again, thanks to the early of the empire. But 100 years later, as the Renaissance resurrected this idea of man in the living image of the Creator, Brunelleschi, who was a great scientist, figured out how to make scientific and technological breakthroughs and had to teach the workers those principles. Because you weren't going to climb 3, 4, 5 feet up in the air without knowing that this guy actually had figured out some scientific reason why this dome was going to still stand up. And that dome does stand to this day. And the fact that Donald Trump pointed to that, this engineering marvel, this is really what the elites, what this would-be rule of the few called the oligarchy, which is really the best name for them. This is what they're really afraid of.
And the other thing is world hunger, world poverty. You realize that the earth produces more than enough food. Yeah, it's all economics. What about your engineered food, where you have to buy the seed from the same company over and over and over and over again? Who's making money on that? How does that work? What about the worth of your dollar? I have a penny from the 1800s, and it's about yay big, and it's pure copper. And that was the numeric value of that metal at that time. You know how much copper is on an American penny today? Zip.
Well, since you bring up the value of a currency, I'll give people a little bit of biographical background. I joined the movement started by Lyndon LaRouche on August 16th, 1971. That's the day I joined. Because on August 15th, 1971, Richard Nixon took the dollar off the gold reserve standard, ended the Bretton Woods system, and began the process of leaving us completely defenseless against its financing abuse. If you don't control the value of your currency, you've taken one giant step toward giving up your national economic sovereignty. And I had been following Lyndon LaRouche as a young college student for a couple of months, and he had been warning that something like this would happen. And when it happened, I said, all right, this guy knows what he's talking about. But then what he warned, and when you think of where we are today, with corporate fascism running our country, he warned that if that action was not reversed, and we continued on the path of giving up our economic sovereignty, we would end up under fascism. He said that in 1971. In 2009, we put the Hitler mustache on Barack Obama because it began to rear its ugly head then. And as you see, we have a poster of Mussolini Joe back there. But that's what we're living under, fascism. And our founding fathers gave us the weapons to do it.
I was just gonna say, does anybody have any questions for any of the three of us? I think we're describing, it's the same history, three slightly different angles, but, I think pretty unified in our approach. Anybody got any, questions for any of the three of us?
After the election, we can't get complacent and combine it either. We have to hold, even if we win, if we somehow win, because we want in there, we're in our position in our state because we didn't hold those accountable for what they did. So we need to hold Matt Colonel, I'm right behind you, I'm all support. And Ryan Kelly for governor, I'm right there, but I have to hold Ryan, I'm gonna hold him accountable. And Matt, when you're elected, I'm gonna hold you accountable. We have to hold these people accountable that they are doing, especially in the state of Michigan, because our Article 1, Section 1 says the political power is inherent in the people. We've forgotten that. We're the ones in control, not them.
Did you hear her back there? No. She was basically just saying is that we've got to get involved with these elections coming up, et cetera, but we also have to not be complacent and stay involved after the election and to hold these elected officials accountable.
I think one of the things you have to also understand, in Revolutionary War time, where was the central point of communication? Anybody have a rough idea? Church was one, what's another one? Tavern, yeah. And here's the, this is a two-part scenario, because, and this is a bugaboo of mine, I'm a pastor, so I can say this, most pastors need to either get with the program or quit the street. And the scenario was that the early American church preached truth, and it was also political truth that they preached, because it was the churches that were the moral guidelines that brought about the revolution. Not in the sense that they were in the pulpit saying, pick up a gun and go, although you did have one or two that might have done that. But the foundational beliefs and moral beliefs were instilled in the people from the fiery pulpits of America, the Black Robe Regiment. The second thing is, what was that?
Yeah.
Okay, the second situation was that the Constitution was known by everyone. The Declaration was known by everyone. The Bill of Rights was known by everyone. So you would have the tavern. There was no Facebook or, Tweet or whatever at that time. There was no television at that time. So people would gather in the local taverns and they would discuss the issues of the day. In fact, one of the things that Washington did was he would put spies, like in New York and other places, to sit at the taverns and to listen to all of the conversation. And as they were drinking, you'd be there, you'd get your pint, and you would go sip, which is where gossip comes from. We need to educate our youth and the public in not only the Constitution of the United States, but the Michigan Constitution as well, so that open conversation comes through with knowledge and fact rather than feeling. So the first duty that we all need to do is study the Constitution. I do seminars on Constitution. I also do seminars on the Bill of Rights, etc. But you need to be educated and read these documents and become familiar with them.
I want to mention one other institution that was around also at the time of the American Revolution. And it's what Benjamin Franklin created called committees of correspondence. Because in the decade, and perhaps decades before the American Revolution, he pulled together citizens in groups like this to deal with profound philosophical, scientific and educational questions. When we waged the revolution, American farmers were known as laughing farmers because they were highly educated. And one of the critical things that we don't, I think, appreciate Benjamin Franklin for enough is, as usual with fake history, he's presented as a tinkerer, his pipes and so on. He was one of the leading scientists in the world at the time making breakthroughs in terms of questions of electricity. And recognized that it's through scientific and technological development that you progress. So that was another fundamental aspect of this. And too often there's this phony division between science and religion.
Yes.
If you start with the idea that we have the injunction to be fruitful, multiply, subdue the earth, and exert dominion over nature, you need science and you need economics to fulfill God's injunction.
Austin referred to the Black Robe Regiment, and that's absolutely true. De Tocqueville was a journalist from France, and he toured the United States for 15, 20 years back in the 1820s, 1830s. And he was, writing for publications back in Europe to try to explain America. One of the things that he said was,
I kept looking for the greatness of America. I looked in their harbors, I looked in their farm fields, I looked in their orchards, I looked in their mills, I even looked at their seats of government. And we have a little bit of that though too back in Europe. They can't figure it out. They finally figured it out. It's from the pulpits. All these Americans are passionate about their faith, and they hear it, and they learn these concepts from the pulpit. And what he concluded with, he said that America is great because Americans are good. America will cease to be great when Americans cease to be good. That's what's going on right now. The Black Robe Regiment was largely responsible for that. And Lyndon Baines Johnson, Senator Lyndon Baines Johnson, Democrat from Texas, ended that in 1954 with the Johnson Amendment that he got passed, which removed the tax deductibility from the vile income taxation system that we have. That he imposed this Johnson Amendment, which removed tax deductibility from any church where the pastor was up there speaking on public policy issues. And it was President Trump whose insistence with Congress in 2018, in December of 2018, got that repealed. That's just gigantic. What that did was it dried up. What Johnson did was he dried up the donation source, the contributions, the tithings that went to a church. If you lost your tax deductibility status, then the people who were tithing couldn't deduct it from their taxes. So that was a direct assault. That's how they use the income taxation system to control America. But today, the Black Robe Regiment now is green-lighted again. We have two generations or whatever generation of people in the pulpit who are afraid to do it. They don't have any experience doing it. We've got to encourage them to start talking public policy issues again.
One of the things with the 501c3, he didn't repeal the law. He gave an executive order for exemption. But let me just say this, if you're there and your pastor goes, we have to abide by the 501c3, that is a myth. Because the freedom of speech guaranteed to me as a pastor, guarantees that I can say whatever I want, political or whatever, as long as God is telling me to say it. I want to get that in there, okay?
But we are not restricted in this country from political speech from the pulpit. Every year there's a day where thousands of pastors record their sermons. It's a political sermon. They send it into the IRS saying, come and take it.
And it's a myth that you will lose this and lose that. By the way, if you're tithing, it's worshiping God, and it doesn't matter if you have a tax deduction or not, you still should be tithing and giving to your local congregation.
Two things. Churches before the Johnson Amendment were not tax exempt; they were non-taxable. That's good. But back to you two young people there on the left. I propose that pursuit of happiness and property are the same thing if we use the intent of the words. If we take any word and make it evil, then it presumes as he would like, owning other people, that is part of property. That's not how it was used. And I'm going to use a personal example. My dad was born with the name Gebhardt, and he was called Gay for short. From 1906 on, he was called Gay. And all of a sudden, the word gay seemed to want to take a different meaning. And the word gay still means gay. It has nothing to do with people of a certain sexual orientation. But his name was abused based on that. The word has a meaning. Property is the pursuit of happiness, the stuff that the Lord has blessed me with, including my wife, my special blessing. It is property in the sense that he gave it to me and me to her. And so it is happiness, because that's what a husband and wife should be. So they're really using the same. I understand your point. It's a good one because it's abused as property. Happiness could be, I want more drugs, I want more of this, I want your stuff. So both words can be abused, but they have the same underlying meaning, in my humble opinion, which I told Austin earlier was not humble at all.
No, and I think it always comes down to fundamentally what is your image of man. You're right, words can mean anything. But if the image of man of the British Empire was that we are all creatures of our passions, as John Locke said, and I'm going to have to start this debate right now. As John Locke said, you are not responsible for the consequences of your actions. You leave that to God. What God has left to you is a more humbler way of acting. The avoidance of pain, the pursuit of pleasure, which is what profit and loss is. That's not a principle of man in the image of God. So yeah, I agree with you. The words can mean anything they want. It always starts with, are we creatures of our mind, which is what makes us in the image of the living God, or are we creatures of our senses? And that's the dividing line, and you take it from there.
It's very important to realize the Imago Dei, being made in God's image, is what your value is. It is not what you can produce like the secularists. It is not that life is something that is a gift from God. We are made in his image with an impartation of his spirit. And that gives every single conceived, catch what I'm saying here? Every single conceived individual the right to life. Your value is not what you produce like the seculars or the economics. The whole foundation of the value of life
Comes from that doctrine. And when a society denies that and calls a person in the womb a blob, we are on the precipice of far greater problems when it comes to life, period. So our image that we should have of ourselves is made in God's image with a calling and a life and a freedom to express that life and express our worship to the Creator who made us. Life in the womb is life. It is a person. It is not a thing. It is a full person with body, mind, and spirit, and should be valued as such.
Amen. And this country, the United States of America, is the only nation whose founding documents are based upon and encompass exactly what Austin just described. There aren't any other countries in the world that were created based on that principle, and this nation is. And as Reagan told us, that freedom is not something that we pass genetically on. It's not in the bloodstream. And we have to teach our kids and grandkids, they have to fight for it. And guess what? Every generation that we've had since the 1770s has had to fight it and fight for it. Not fight it, fight for it. And we have secured it. Governments are established to help secure these natural rights that Austin's describing. And guess what? Today, it's our turn. The generations before us didn't shirk their fight, and we can't shirk our fight either.
I see that it's about 5 after 11. Curtis, should we take one more question and then have lunch? All right, what's your question, Curtis? No.
12:15. Going to 12:15. All right. Any other questions? be bashful. The only question that's bad is the question you don't ask. Just so ask it. Go ahead.
I don't know if this is to deal with what we're talking about, but the real concern about lobbyists and our corporations actually, overseeing our government or actually telling our government what to do. What's the answer for that? I mean, it has to be, when we send people to Washington, we can send some very good people there. The system is so corrupt with the money aspect.
Well, you just hit the nail on the head. The problem is that too much of the American population, in many cases through no fault of their own, they bought into the idea that money is economics. So if you're in a world where the only thing that counts is money, and you're responding to economic policy from the standpoint of money, then money ends up dominating. Whereas our founding fathers, and as I said, the American system of political economy, and this is an education that we have got to spread throughout the American population. When we're functioning as Americans, we don't run our economy from the standpoint of money. We run it from the standpoint of production, of education, of scientific breakthroughs, of progress. We actually used to think that way. I mean, I grew up in the 1950s. Even the TV commercials said things like, progress is our most important product, right? Or Ford has a better idea. It wasn't about money. And really the breaking point, you do have to go back to 1971. How did money end up running everything? We handed sovereignty of our currency over to global financiers. Well, you can go back to 1913 because it does begin with the Federal Reserve. But the beginning of the end in our lifetimes is that we said money rules by giving up sovereignty over our currency. We've done many other things since then. But we have to return to a standard of citizenry where we're thinking not about money, but we're thinking about what are the scientific and technological breakthroughs we need to make to progress? Are our entrepreneurs, do they have the tax policy, the credit policy, the cheap energy, which we don't have in Michigan because we're going green and because we've turned our utilities into Wall Street casinos? By the way, the reason Ford went to Tennessee for that new big factory is the energy is much cheaper because they have nuclear power, hydro, and they have a regulated public utilities commission, which is not serving Wall Street. But these are the things you have to think about. I quite a bit used this challenge that Donald Trump threw out in a speech in November, where he said, we need to have an economy where one income can raise a family. Now, that's got obviously social implications. It would really be nice for someone to be home raising the children and not, putting them out in the feral jungle or something. But think about it. I mean, we had that in the 1950s. What do you have to do to your economy to have incomes that will raise a family? Well, obviously, we're not talking about giving everybody $250,000 a year to raise their family, and that's about what it would take to actually raise a family of 4 or 5 today. It's a different conception of economics where you've got good paying manufacturing jobs. That means you've got to have protected tariffs. That means you've got to have credit that's going into the manufacturing industry, agriculture. That means you have to have the kind of infrastructure. Now, turn on the business news. Go get a business newsletter. Listen to the money report on the radio. They're not talking about this. They're talking about money. So the only way you're going to check the power of lobbyists, and they're just a derivative of the money, as to say, is we've got to reclaim our economy for what was known as the American system of political economy and has been denied to you for most of the last 100 years. Before Donald Trump, the last American president to use the term American system of political economy was William McKinley, who was assassinated in 1902. And then Donald Trump began speaking of the American system and the American model. When he ran for office in 2016, He uttered it 2 times in 2017, and then as we all know, and he spent the next 4 years trying to defend himself. But if you want to break their power, you have to understand how to take the system away from these power financiers, reestablish national economic sovereignty, and that we do actually have to have something that economics.
I had attended a conference or whatever a number of years ago, 10 years ago, and a retired congressman from North Carolina was speaking. He made just a great case, but the footnote version of it was, he goes back to 1954, he goes to 1954, governments at all levels was taking between 12 and 14% of the average household income to run over the states, the federal government. That's about what life was. And he said, mom was home, over the most popular television was back then. On a reach show, father knows best, see the theater, and my three sons acted that because Cleaver was always home. And she was girls, and she had been we were work when he got home. And they were still popular because that's where they were related. And he said that since 1954, going all the way through the end of the 20th century, he said governments at all levels, local, county, states, federal, today, removing about 40% of income, taxation, et cetera, and that. He said, imagine if before we had a single income, we had a car and a lot of people might have a loan, we had another, they were living that way in the 1950s, 60s, today, get a stat, percentage of the workforce is made up of 11 full-time back today it's about 80% women that we career outside the home. Of the two breadwinners in the house, and winner is bringing in about 60% the other person is bringing in about 40% household. And so he says therefore, China, it's about 80% again, was at 4%, 3%, the United States, about 40%, and we used to 14%. And he said therefore, government, station, reach the house, and they how many 40% of they do. And he says also the workforce and that's what's going on. And you look at state $10 billion a year budget, you're like $63 a year. And just
manufacturing, farming, infrastructure, we have the service sector, where most of our population is not productive. Jobs do it, outsourced, shut down, someone. Jack, fine. They were a little bit bad. They negotiate beyond process. Some of our markets had that, still under buying country. But those kind of incomes, where one income could buy composition of the country, that from being what we are today, which is consumer society, which is all on money, to actually producing nations with credit policy. We didn't have a national bank.
sure that if you want to produce, you'll get credit. You can't get that today on BlackRock. You're not going to get it from JP Chase. But you can bank policy or currency, cash policy. It's all for the end. The difference between production and sales. That's
Next, we're going to do, if you guys are hungry, we have food over there. It's going to be a little light. We're going to introduce the people in the back that when they show up, and we're going to introduce our vendors. Rob, the founder of 2A Patriot, co-founder of Ron Wall Alliance, will be our first guest speaker to fill in this gap. But feel free to mingle while he's speaking and tell us all about what you do.
Thank you, appreciate that. Real quick, the Holy Spirit compelled me that I need to pray first, so I'd like you to join me in praying. Lord, thank you for all the people that you brought together today. Thank you for all the hearts and minds and the hands that you have doing your good work. I ask that you give us all the ability to unify, Lord. I ask that you take all of that 5% that we don't agree on, Lord, and you throw it away. And you allow us to agree on the 95% of the stuff that I know we have in common. I ask that you look into every heart that's here right now, and you do that. I ask this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
So, welcome, fellow insurrectionists. You know that? You're an insurrectionist. You follow God because you believe in the Constitution, and you believe what's going on is wrong right now. So we talked about precinct delegates, how important they are. There are a lot of people that are making the push for the precinct delegates. The Ron Wall Alliance, which was just founded on October 23rd of this year by 5 different community groups that want to make sure that our country succeeds in 2022 and 2024. We pulled together and we're united to make sure that we have delegates. America First also is doing precinct delegates. Should we be in competition together, or should we be working together? What do you guys think? Somebody tell me something. What do you think? Okay, working together. We all should be working together. Because I guarantee you, the one of the people that do not work together with the other person, that weak link is what's going to help us to lose the 2022 and 2024 elections. We have to work together. We have to work hand in hand. So 2A Patriot is a group of gun lovers. Any gun lovers in the house here? All right, well, that's cool. We got something in common. What happens to the rest of the Constitution if the Second Amendment goes away? What happens to all your rights? They're all gone, right? I just hope to hell that we don't have to use our Second Amendment rights in order to save this country. I hope that we are successful. I'm not a standstill kind of person. You're just going to have to keep that damn camera moving. I'm sorry. Okay, so we will not be successful if we don't work together. Do you hear the common theme on the whole thing I keep saying? It's like a broken freaking record. Everybody has to get along. I know it's hard. I know we see things that we see another Republican candidate doing that we disagree with. I know that. But I also know that 95% of what we're doing is the same thing. The left has stolen a march on us, guys. They've stolen a march on us. And the reason why they've stolen a march on us is because they've taken 5 core issues and they've ran with it. We'll never be the left. We have more morals than that. We'll always be different than that. I'm not asking anybody to change their morals. I'm asking them to work together. It's a whole different thing. And together, we can win 2022. Even the governor's seat, we can do it. So, if you're interested, go to bronzewallalliance.com, see us there. Go to 2apatriot.org, see us there. We do have an event coming up where we'll have great patriots like Matt Paterno will be there, and many, many other candidates for office will be there in Macomb County. It's in the back table over here. It's called 2A Days. You'll see one near you also coming up in Michigan, in this side of Michigan. So we hope to have everybody here sign up for 2apatriot.org. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. That was great. Next, we have the other co-founder of Bronze Alliance and the co-founder of Guardians of Michigan, Joey Valter. Put your hand together, and her dog's name is Gonzo. Joey and Gonzo.
So I'm sure you've all met Gonzo. He has made his rounds. He loves attention. Normally he's working. He is a service dog for my hypoglycemia, but he was working kind of on, so he knows he's free to roam around today. So I am co-founder of Guardians of Michigan, as well as the Bronze Wall Alliance. I need to be louder. Okay. And my signatory, because we only allow one signatory from each organization for Bronze Wall Alliance. She's back home doing other work for Guardians of Freedom Michigan. Her name is Rachel, so you can see her name more so for the Bronze Wall Alliance than mine. What I wanted to do was just quickly introduce you to our organization. We want to serve all of Michigan with public service along the road starting with the governor. We're on board to the constitutional extension based on Roger to make Michigan taken down by court. The mandates will be invalidated. However, we know that the mandates are never valid. Because we have the Constitution of the United States of America, which is the supreme law of the land, and it is never lifted for anything. We have these little papers on our table that give you a little thing of what we want to do. It also cites some laws for a reasoning as to why we want to file, how we want to file. The other thing I wanted to let you know is we are looking for plaintiffs currently. So if you know anybody that holds a license to be able to work, so a hairstylist, maybe a restaurateur that has a liquor license, doctors, nurses, construction workers, the list goes on. If they have been threatened and have documentation of it by Lara, that they've been threatened for their license, or they've had it suspended or revoked through Lara, please send them our way. They would be wonderful plaintiffs for our lawsuit that we're looking to file here in the spring. The other thing I want to bring your attention to at our table back there is this paper. We have put together a list of organizations that we work closely with that are grassroots patriotic organizations that you should get to know and feel comfortable either volunteering some time or donating some money to. So we put this nice list together for you. You just take it and take it home with you. The other thing that's cool is on the bottom, we have a text, the word freedom, to this number, 833-668-0813. We will give you updates on events and issues. We promise not to over-text your phone. We probably do one text a month, to be honest with you. We are a grassroots organization, so we do not have the nifty little 5-digit number that you can text freedom to. You have to do this big, long number. But we were blessed by somebody who is paying for this for us, so we are grateful for that. That's not all I have to give you. I just want to be quick and get you over to the table. And I'm going to have him introduce my other counterpart from another organization. Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Joey. Thank you, Gonzo. Next, we have William Pacey with the State Grassroots Coordinator of the Conventions of States. Please put your hands together for William.
So before I share what I need to share, I want Michelle. Come on, Michelle. Michelle is our state communications coordinator for convention.
Can't hear you.
Can't hear me. Now you can hear me. Okay, thank you. I understand from hollering back there you can't hear me, so I'll speak louder. So Michelle is going to share a little bit about Convention of States, and then I want to share what you've already heard from a couple of people about the Bronze Wall. We'll talk about more about that. So here's Michelle.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having us. We're excited to be here. I wanted to ask everybody who here thinks we need to rein in the federal government. Raise your hand.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's great. We have a solution that it's a legal, viable, action-oriented solution. It's been going on really since 2013, this effort. It's going on nationwide. So you would join millions and millions of supporters by signing our petition. So I think you should do that. And we have a variety of ways that you can do more if you are so motivated. We're trying to rein in the federal government in 3 ways. Term limits. Who thinks you need term limits? For Congress. And did you know that we can create term limits for the FBI, for the CDC, all these guys? So that's what this group is trying to do. The second thing is trying to rein in or make the federal government have some kind of budget without raising taxes. Who thinks that's a good idea? Okay, good. I do too. And the third thing is getting the federal government out of all kinds of things that the states can take care of, local government can take care of, we can take care of. So if you think those are all good ideas, come on and see us back there and sign our petition. Thank you.
So the 2 previous speakers spoke to you real briefly about the Bronze Wall, and I want to take a few minutes and talk to you because for many years we've had a lot of people, conservative organizations. For some reason we just can't get our act together, can we? We're always fighting one another. The reality is, and I really appreciate Rob's prayer. You know, probably everybody in this room, we don't all agree, but I would venture to say that we're about 95% in agreement on principles of what we all believe, okay? So what the Bronze Wall is, it is an organization that is bringing individual organizations together. We're not saying that, I'm giving you an example, thank you. So I'm not telling you that we may not agree with 2A Patriot, okay? If you're a person who believes that we don't need to own guns, but you're a supporter of Convention of States or Guardians of Freedom Michigan or We the County, well then we join forces with them because there's strength in numbers. It is time the conservative movement join forces. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
We are spending so much time fighting each other that we're not winning the battle. The liberals do a fine job where they can just come together because they don't believe in anything. So it's easy for them. So what I'm asking you to do is I would really like for you to look at the Bronze Wall organization. Go to bronzewallalliance.org, Rob? bronzewallalliance.com. Please check it out. If you are a leader of an organization or you're a member of another organization and you think that what you're looking at makes sense, where we can join together to fight the battle against the demonic strongholds of this country. Because at the end of the day, that's really the battle, isn't it? It isn't about you and I. It is about the battle that the enemy is trying to destroy. And will we fight for Christ or will we fight for the enemy? That's the bottom line. So please consider looking at the bronzewallalliance.com. Check us out. Look at it. Talk to Rob, myself, one of us after. We'll be glad to give you more information. But please get involved. And thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. That's it.
I'd like to mention one more thing about Convention of States. Signing our petition is totally available to every American. It doesn't matter if you are already active in other groups or something. This is only about Article 5 of the Constitution, and I would welcome you to go to the website, conventionofstates.com, and you can look at Article 5 and take part in it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michelle and William. We're going to gather back here 5 minutes to 1. We have a special guest that showed up that wants 5 minutes to speak about this. Representative Steve Carl. So thanks a lot. Stick around. We have a great bunch of polls coming up. After 1, it's going to be awesome.
Host events like this and promote Christian and conservative events and leaders and things like that. So if you want, I'm looking for a way to get involved, that's what we do. But we have a little gift bag, there's not much. We've got some pretzels and some of them and chocolate. It's a mystery. My card's in there. We just started it a few months ago. Our whole idea is to get people off the couch and doing this. You know, and we are all about getting. So we want to promote conservative, anybody who puts their mark on it for free. And in Indiana, we're looking for businesses to sponsor Indiana. And the candidates, if we have an event where they're speaking, they can put it, it's a nice site. It's a map, a calendar, and a reference to the whole city. It's really cool. Yeah, it's beautiful. So, okay, so, yeah, she volunteers for us. We have the water. The pretzels are amazing. Email me and I'll get you start fundraising for these pretzels. They're up in Michigan. Oh my gosh, they're so good. They're so super good. So, we live on business sponsors and donations, so we're
Yeah. I think part of it is those when you put those splitters on.
don't give a damn. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Let me look online. Okay, yeah. Should be USB in. That's all I need to do. And then he asked me how much time. Okay. Just gonna, is this you? Is this a USB?
It's an 11-year-old Amazon.
Right.
Slower than the last one.
Right. I have my laptop here. Would it be easier if I use PowerPoint? Would it be
Oh, do
easier?
you have a PowerPoint?
I do.
All right. You have a amazing address. Just want to know what. I'm ready. You have a thumb drive with it?
I don't. It's on my laptop.
Okay, let's, when are you up?
Great.
All right. I have what do you call it? Thumb drive.
Okay. Yeah, if I can load it on there, just load it on there.
Yeah, do that or. Hey, Curtis, are we going to need? Are we going to need the Zoom call or anything, or are we good?
I'll call him right now.
Call him right now.
It would be after your
All right, call him right now. What type of connections do you have? Do you have USB or
HDMI. That's why I was looking at this connection. I wasn't sure if that was. Mine's over.
I do have one cable.
that cable's not what we need. Okay, get your machine, we'll get it on there.
Okay.
Then I'll also, what I'll do is I'll turn this around, you have a clicker in the home run yard.
Yeah, I've got a clicker here. If you want to use a thumb drive, just use that. That's fine. I can do that.
Yeah, I'll get your thumb drive. This is slower than the last one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Your computer will run it.
Yep.
Curtis, where are you?
He's back over by the food. What do you need?
Could I have everybody's attention, please? Can I have everybody's attention? Hello? Patriots. Who here is a patriot? All right. I've got something I need to tell you. There's a young woman by the fireplace. Hold up the jar. Okay. How many of you know that George Soros did not underwrite this event? All right. Now, here's the situation. How many of you would like to come to the next one of these? Yeah. Oh, come on. It's got to be more hands than that. Right? All right. So here's the scenario. The scenario is very plainly, we need a lot of paper with a lot of dead presidents with a lot of zeros on it. Let me just say this to you. I met Curtis 2 years ago, and this was a dream at that time. Okay? And in all honesty, it was like, good luck. Okay? But God has given this man a gift in communication and a vision. And if you want to see this go forward, if you want more people, in fact, after this, I'm going to challenge you to invite 10 people and bring them to the next event. To be very honest with you, he needs your money. A lot of this is coming out of his own pocket. And if patriots are patriots, patriots need to be patriots when it's time to step up and support. So we're going to have, where is she? Where's the beautiful young lady with the jar? Come on, beautiful young lady with the jar. Okay. He's going to go around. I'm going to ask you to put money in there. Write your checks out to who? Who should they write checks out to?
Patriots of Allegan County.
Write your check out to Patriots of Allegan County. One with about 3 zeros would be great. And the decimal point after the 3 zeros. I'm being very serious. Because I've tried to do events, etc. It takes money. We did an event on December 4th. It was a great success, but it ran $3,500 to pull that off. I urge you today to donate. Matter of fact, let's have a word of prayer and ask the boss how much you're supposed to give. Okay, Father, I just thank you for this opportunity. I thank you, Lord, for the vision, the persistence, and the dedication that has gone into this moment. So, Father God, in the name of Jesus, I just ask and plead that my brothers and sisters here would hear your voice in their donations and giving, and that this would be the first of many events that Patriots Approved would put on. So, Father God, in the name of Jesus, just have your Spirit come around us and through us and with us as we give and donate for the support of your work through Patriots Approved. In Jesus' name, and all God's people said, Amen. Amen.
As part of the invite even on this, grassroots guys, how that meeting next time. People gather, they get license together. And the idea behind difference is just this. Yeah. That's right.
There's no way around it.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I had two of them. You look like brothers, though. Well, there it is. There it is. Just like one.
Is it PowerPoint? I'm telling everybody.
You said you had your own clicker as well.
Just been here at 8:30 if they wanted to see Chris. Oh, yeah.
On his Patriot
Not on there. Maryland's about it. And then we have those three areas. Sometimes it is.
Doesn't say share, I can't share.
Everybody just remember that there are petitions to sign in the back of the room. Make sure you fill them out if you haven't done that before. But right now, it's my distinct privilege to introduce, well, everybody realizes, I'm sure you like me will agree, that if we don't fix 2020, all future elections will be fixed. So here is Steve Cara. Put your hands together for this young man.
Hello, everybody. So I'm State Representative Steve Carr. I represent all of St. Joseph County and most of Cass County down here in Southwest Michigan. And I want to talk first about election integrity. Back in October regarding poll challengers, the Secretary of State was trying to say that you had to maintain 6 feet of social distancing as a poll challenger. Well, my thought was, how can you see a poll book or read a computer screen from 6 feet away? So I filed a lawsuit. And I won that lawsuit against the Secretary of State. But the problem is, guess what happened on election day? Largely, election officials throughout the state didn't follow it anyway. They told poll challengers you have to stay back, maintain 6 feet of social distancing. In some cases, they said, well, we have paperwork right here from the Republican Party saying that there was an amended advisory, there was a lawsuit that was won, and we can be within 6 feet. Well, the election officials say, well, we don't follow Republican Party documents. And they said, well, this isn't about it being a Republican Party document. This is the reality is there was a one lawsuit, and we're trying to point you to the one lawsuit. Well, they didn't follow it. And that's a lot of what led to the controversy at TCF Center when people were kicked out, because they were trying to be within 6 feet, and the election officials were telling them, no, you can't. So that created a lot of problems. So I've been fighting for election integrity since before I was elected to office. But what I continue to see, and I continue to look into, is I saw, absentee ballot applications were sent out unsolicited. The signature verification process was relaxed. Zuckerberg spent money to influence the elections. We had a system that was ripe for fraud, a ripe for fraud system. We have machines, and one of the things we've done as a legislature that I think has been great is we've passed dozens of election integrity bills. Been happy to vote yes on a lot of those. But what's the need to pass dozens of election integrity bills unless there was a problem with 2020? And since that's the reality, why are we not looking into and getting to the bottom of what happened in 2020? We should have a forensic audit. We should do a thorough, full forensic audit to get to the bottom of what happened. It is hypocritical for the legislature to pass dozens of election integrity bills, but not to investigate what worked and what didn't work from the last election. So I introduced a bill calling for a full forensic audit. I'm calling for a full forensic audit here in Michigan. But, people say, well, the governor would veto it, what's the point? That's no reason for our Republicans and for our legislators to not do the right thing. If we have fear that Governor Whitmer's going to veto it anyway, does that mean that we should still not send it to her desk? No, we should send it to her desk. Make her do the hard work. Make her veto it. But there's even better. We don't need to pass my bill. We can give subpoena powers to a committee with a simple resolution in the House. A simple majority, we can pass a resolution to give subpoena powers to one of the committees to conduct a thorough investigation of the last election. We can go around the governor. We don't need her. That's what we should be doing. But we aren't. We have too many weak Republicans. They'd rather give $1 billion in tax breaks to large corporations and special interest groups than to spend a couple $1 million to verify their election results. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So I just encourage all of you to remain vigilant. We need to be very thoughtful about who we elect and what they're doing. There's so many elected officials who are complicit in this process. We were talking about corporate welfare earlier. I'll conclude with corporate welfare. What happens is we have large corporations who I think they like regulations of their own industries because it crowds out small business competition and it protects them and gives them monopolies. And then they like to have these tax breaks, grants, and subsidies that go back to them. They say, oh, it's going to create jobs, it's going to be good for the economy if we get this special tax break everybody else doesn't get. Well, we should have those tax breaks across the board for everybody, not just those who have access in Lansing and Washington. This is a big problem, and 95% of elected officials are complicit in this process. They need to be removed. We need strong patriots throughout our state and throughout America. Thank you, everybody.
Looks like I'm falling for Steve. If you guys haven't had a chance, that orange fruit over there, that has what milk is supposed to taste like. I never knew it before. Thank you, Rochelle. That was amazing. So if you haven't done that, what we're going to do is conclude dinner and greet and meet, and we're going to have a guest speaker up here that everybody's going to want to vote for. He's our next Attorney General. Before I get to that, I think something needs to be said, and that's our forefathers, not our founding fathers, but our forefathers, set sail 400 years ago in a divine mission. They left, and on the way over, they signed a covenant with God. That covenant birthed this nation. God created America so we could fulfill our destiny. He made America so we could live the life that we imagine using His talents. God made us so He could do His will through us. Every one of us has a unique talent. We don't know what that talent is sometimes, but that talent should be used in the glory of God. This man, who I'm introducing right now, has been going around the state for over a year and not charging anybody. He's been listening to all of the evidence of voter fraud that's been going on, and he's uncovered a lot. His most challenge is getting Republicans and our leaders, or representatives supposedly, to listen to him. But I'd like to introduce Attorney Matt DePerno. Thank you for everything that you're doing, sir. We really appreciate it.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing today? Who knows who I am? Yeah, some people haven't raised their hands, so I'll tell you who I am. I'm currently being investigated by Attorney Dana Nessel. That's who I am. Because I filed a lawsuit in November in Antrim County. Isn't that crazy? Violates the First Amendment in every way. But more than that,
even before the last election, I was going around the state for almost a year, talking to people, talking to groups, fighting against mandates issued by our government, by Governor Whitmer and supported by Dana Nessel. Mandates that told people you can't go to work anymore. Mandates that said only if you're essential can you go to work, right? And I was going around and I was counseling people and saying, listen, if you're putting food on your table, you are essential.
Amen.
That's the position I was coming from. And we started doing basically tours around the state, giving speeches, talking to associations, counseling them on these mandates by government, working with Operation Gridlock, remember that, going to Lansing, giving speeches about government intrusion, what the Constitution means, what our founding fathers meant when they wrote the Federalist Papers. Those are things that are important in our society. And now we have Joe Biden elected, right? Who thinks or feels like we are suddenly going off the socialist cliff at 100 miles per hour? Do you think that that is a new thing? Is this some new phenomenon that we're experiencing right now? Or is this the same thing that we've had for the last 60 years that we just haven't woken up to? Yes. That's what I think. So even before the election, I was out talking about critical race theory, why we have to stop it, why it's destroying our country, why we are on this socialist path right now. So these are the things that I was fighting for even before the election. I've been involved in cases in Kalamazoo on mask mandates. I've been involved in vaccine mandates. I represent someone right now who just got terminated in Ann Arbor from the fire department because he refused to take the vaccine. Now think about that. He submitted a religious exemption form, and it was denied because Ann Arbor said that his beliefs were not strong enough. Think about that, people. So we are going to take that case to court too. But these are the problems we're facing right now in this country and in this state. We have two counties right now, Ingham County and Washtenaw County, who have specifically stated in the court system that people, minorities who are arrested, the courts will presume that those arrests are racially motivated and release people on PR bonds. This is the same thing you saw in Wisconsin. It's not just an issue that's outside our state. These are issues that are affecting us currently. Ingham County, Washtenaw County, Ingham County has this published on their own county website, their own social justice platform, people. This is a problem right now, and this is what's happening across our state right now. So I ended up in November, I got involved in the lawsuit in Antrim County. There was a specific reason I got involved in that, and you'll never hear this from the media because they're never going to tell you the truth about that case. I got involved in that case because there was a 2018 constitutional amendment passed in 2018. And that amendment states that any voter shall have the right to audit the statewide election. It is self-executing, and any interpretation of that law shall be construed liberally in favor of the voter. So as a constitutional attorney of 25 years, I thought that was a very interesting case to get involved in. I also thought, and had a theory for years, that our elections had not been fair, but I don't even care about on a national level. I care about on a local level, school board elections. I believe that our school board elections were being stolen systematically over the years. Okay? Why is it, think about this, why is it that there are candidates out there spending thousands of dollars to get elected to school board races that pay $25 a week? Who's funding this was the big question. Who's involved in this? George Soros is involved in this across the country, funding local school board elections. That's why I got involved in the Antrim County case.
That's the way we filed the lawsuit. We filed that lawsuit not to challenge the presidential election, but to challenge local school board issues where we saw in 2 cases, 2 school board elections, votes moved through computer manipulation in local school board elections, and we proved that. So that's what our case was about, but the media will never tell you about that. So, in that case, we proved 2 things. We proved, number 1, how vulnerable our election system is. This is an issue of national security. We've turned over our voting systems to foreign corporations that not only produce equipment, they run our elections, local municipalities and counties report back to them, and they tell us who won. This is no longer stuff that's handled locally like it should be. So that's a big problem. We have to get rid of these electronic voting machines. When I'm elected on day 1, we will cancel the contracts with Dominion, ES&S, and Hartman. We also proved how the election in Antrim County was actually subverted. It was done through computer manipulation. I don't care what anyone else tells you. I know what we proved because we actually had the evidence. We're the only case in the country that had actual forensic evidence related to our voting system. And through our work in other counties and information we got from other counties, we were able to show on a systematic basis how there was a pattern across the state of Michigan. This actually happened. It's not a lie like the media wants to tell you. The big lie, people, the big lie is the media telling you that there was no problem or that this was the safest election in the history of the country. Think of that. Secretary of State Benson came out and said, November 3rd, 2020 was the safest election in the history of the country. Since the beginning of the country, the safest of all time. And I can tell you the November 3rd, 2020 election was garbage. Plain and simple. That's what it was. That's what it was in Michigan. It was garbage. But our elected leaders didn't want to take on that fight. Okay? And that's a big problem. Right? This fell squarely on our legislative branch of government. And I've written several memos on this issue. You can find them on my website if you want. The issue focuses on the 9th and 10th Amendment of the Constitution. How many of you understand and know that the federal government only has the powers reserved to it through or enumerated through the Constitution, right? All other non-enumerated rights are reserved to who? The states and who else? The people. So our legislative branch, and Steve Carr mentioned this briefly, our legislative branch has that power if they choose to do something, to issue subpoenas, to pass legislation, to take on that role. That is their role. You know, this is a non-enumerated power. It falls strictly on the legislature to do something. They had the power to do that. They chose not to. My job was to go around the state as an attorney, gathering forensics, gathering evidence, giving it to our state legislature, hoping they would do something. But not enough did. Some people did. Dare Rendon did. Steve Carra did. A few others did. Okay? I have met now, just so you understand, with a senator. Can you believe that? A senator finally met with me. But he said, you can't tell anyone we met. It will be. You can't tell anyone. But he looks at me and he goes, oh my gosh. He says, I didn't know that this is the evidence you had. Right? I didn't know there was actually computer manipulation. I didn't know that there was actually subversion in the election or that you could program machines to move votes. I thought this was crazy conspiracy theory because that's what I read by CNN. I'm like, well, I get it. That's what you read, but that's not the reality. So we just had the January 6th anniversary, right? And the MLI wrote a great article, interviewed Dana Nessel about her investigation of attorneys and others like myself who filed lawsuits challenging the election. And they say in that article, just published, that people like myself attempted to overthrow the government. That we were trying to overthrow the presidential election, which is completely and totally false. Not what we were doing, that's not what we did, that's not what we proved, but that's the narrative that they try to frame this in. That's the entire narrative of January 6th, right? I was in Washington, D.C. on January 6th. Don't tell anyone. I don't actually want anyone to know that, right? What I was actually doing, though, was I got myself into the State Department and had an appointment and a meeting with Mike Pompeo's office and actually briefed them on my theory of how the election was stolen. Can you imagine that? Just a guy from Kalamazoo, right? I go to Washington, I say, I got a theory on what happened, I get myself in the State Department. And Mike Pompeo's team looks at me and says, we don't believe you because we sanction third world countries for running elections like this. I said, well, maybe you should sanction yourself because this election was garbage. And they look at you like no one wants to take responsibility for anything, right? They don't want to actually admit or acknowledge that these things happened in the election. They want to act like this was a fair and free election. It was not. So one of my goals in why I announced and why I decided to run for Attorney General is to change this system, to change how government works, to change how government interacts with people, right? The Attorney General office right now is over 500 attorneys, the largest law firm in the state of Michigan. You know what its primary function is? Protect the governor, protect government agencies, protect the Secretary of State, cover up all scandal. It is the law firm of the governor. When I'm elected day one, that will end. This will now be the law firm again for the state. We're no longer going to go out as an Attorney General's office and protect other government agencies and politicians from their own corruption. And I've been harping on this point for months now. In 2019, there was a study that came out that said Michigan is the most corrupt state in the union, in all forms of government, whether the legislative, the judicial, or the executive branch. And it primarily has to do with the idea that our government in Michigan is not transparent. Right? And that has to end. We cannot have this anymore where our legislative leaders, like Mike Shirkey, signs an NDA with this new bill that was just passed with Governor Whitmer with this, $1 trillion or $1 billion economic development plan, where people in the state don't get to know about what happened. Right? They're signing NDAs. That's not going to happen anymore. We're going to end that. We're going to end that type of corruption across the board. And even Republicans come up to me and say, stop talking about corruption. We're not corrupt. I'm not saying they're corrupt. I'm saying we have a systematic problem with the way government runs, and that problem is corrupt. Our government is corrupt at its core in the way it runs, and we will end that. We will no longer allow these things to happen. We will end corruption across the state. There is, when I'm elected, day one, there's going to be a new variant of coronavirus. It's going to be called common sense, and the pandemic will be over on day one. We will end mask mandates, we will end vaccine mandates, I will end critical race theory across the state. Critical race theory is entirely unconstitutional. It forces one group of people to adopt the views of another group of people. It teaches our kids that to hate their parents, to hate their country, and to hate God. That will end on day one. And that terrifies the Democrats. These ideas terrify the Democrats because it's about power and control. How do they control you? Has anyone ever heard of the theory of mass line enforcement? It's a Marxist principle written by a guy named Saul Alinsky. Saul Alinsky decided, how far can we push people to get them to stand in line, right? To force them to adopt a certain viewpoint, to force them to adopt a certain way of life, right? Mass line enforcement. That's what coronavirus is about. I'm not saying it's not real. I'm not saying there's not the flu. I'm not saying there's not variants. What I'm saying is the government is trying to control your lifestyle. And they're doing that through coronavirus. That's their vehicle. It's mass line enforcement. They used it to control many things over the last year. How you work, when you can go to work. They want to tell you that you can't go to work. They want to tell you how you vote, right? They wanted to push people into mail-in voting, right? That was a huge goal of theirs. Benson sent out 8 million mail-in ballots. She spent almost the same amount, $8 million, to do it. She stole that money from the HAVA fund, okay? A fund specifically designated to coronavirus. Now, why did Dana Nessel not stand up and stop her from doing that? If coronavirus had nothing to do with the election, how was Benson able to use HAVA funds to fund her mail-in campaign? I don't know. These are questions we need to ask, right? No one's asking them. No one in our government wants to ask it. Dana Nessel wants to do nothing about it. Dana Nessel has instead spent her time covering up corruption by Whitmer, right? How much corruption has she covered up, right? The flight to Florida? How many other things, right? She spent time covering up corruption by Secretary of State Benson and her husband, right? Who knows about her husband, a guy named Ryan Fredericks? Anyone know who that guy is? Yeah. Ryan Fredericks is a guy who worked for Mayor Dugan in Detroit. They set up a fund called the Help Make Your Date Fund. It was designed as a nonprofit to help minorities make their date in pregnancies. Because the idea was that minorities have an 18% greater percent chance of having premature babies. So isn't it a great idea to set up a nonprofit that says, let's help minorities make their date? Who would disagree with that? Anyone? Raise your hand if you disagree with that idea. Yeah, nobody, because it's a great idea. But what if then you take funds from the city and funnel them into that organization, the nonprofit, right? Which is illegal. And then what if that's discovered and you start deleting all the emails and paper trail of all those transactions? That's illegal. And what if the person's doing it is Secretary of State Benson's husband, Ryan Fredericks? Shouldn't you investigate that guy? Yeah, of course you did. And then what if you found out that the actual source of those funds is an organization called Planned Parenthood? And the design of the organization is not to actually help minorities make their date. It's to encourage them to have abortions. Because that's how you decrease the percentage of the number of minorities who have premature babies. It's called eugenics. And it's illegal, it's unethical, and it's immoral. So what if then you start an investigation into Ryan Fredericks and the fact that he deleted emails and other government records, and you take a year to do that, and in May of 2021, Dana Nessel announces no one's going to be charged in this scandal, but she will send everyone involved to document management training. That is corruption, and that will end. We are not going to have that anymore. We are not going to have an attorney general in this state who uses her office or his office to protect a political party. Okay? That is going to end. And I've been told by 3 people in the last 8 weeks, 3 people from the Republican establishment have come up to me and said, Matt, you will not be the attorney general who protects the party. And therefore, we're not going to support you. Think of that. They want their own version of Dana Nessel. That's what the Republican establishment wants. They want someone who will come in and protect the Republican Party. And that, I have told them, is offensive. I will not do it. My job is to the Constitution and the rule of law. I believe that our rights are given to us by God and protected by the Constitution. And that's the way I'll handle the office. Does anyone have any questions for me? Yes, back here.
I'm sorry, what was it that you called it, the document what?
What's the document?
You said that you. Document training program.
Document training.
That's hilarious. And no one looked at that and said, what? That doesn't make, I mean, that tickled me, that's funny. Because she's serious, right? Are you
Oh,
serious?
she's absolutely 100% serious.
That's hilarious, and no one said what?
No,
Doesn't make sense.
there's no one around to say what. Because listen, our government is designed to ensure that people in power stay in power, right? And we have to end it. We have to end the idea that government is designed to enrich the people who are in government. Government is for the people. And that's what America First patriots understand, right? That's why I'm endorsed by Donald Trump twice. But that is what America First patriots understand. We put America first, we put our citizens first, we don't put government first anymore. Yes.
Is it true that Leader Shirky told the Senate not to allow you to have any opportunity to see any senators, so that when they were asked if they saw the results and the proof, they could say, I haven't seen anything?
Well, I assume that he told senators that. The question is, did Senator Shirky tell other senators not to meet with me? Because if they met with me, they can no longer say they haven't seen any evidence of election fraud. He told me that. Senator Shirky told me that directly. We were, and I was consulting with Shirky up to December 14th of 2020. We were trying to get him to send a second slate of electors to Washington based on evidence we had uncovered. And he had told me specifically, Matt, stop talking about election fraud because Joe Biden is going to do such a bad job that we're going to pick up seats in 2022. So it's a political calculation. Understand that it's a political strategy. I get that. I get that in the sense of what a political strategy is and how you want to run elections up to 2022. And the theory being that Joe Biden is going to, F it up so bad, right? That we're going to end up winning seats just because of that. You guys talked about this on your panel, and there was a great article out of, I think, in the Washington Times about 3 weeks ago that says Republicans are running the 22 election not to lose. They are not running elections to win. They are in a defensive posture. They are running solely on Joe Biden's record, and they're not actually putting forth a real plan or a real vision. That is a losing strategy. I said to Senator Shirky, your strategy is a losing strategy. To say we're just going to run on Joe Biden's record, we have to fight this in terms of what happened in the election. We know it's garbage. We got to fix what happened, or we're going to have problems from here on to the future. But then the hearings happened by the Senate committee in Michigan. They refused to allow me or anyone on my team to come and testify. They refused to issue any subpoena to us. They refused to consult with us on preparing questions for witnesses. They didn't want to hear from us. They didn't want to talk to us. They didn't want to see any of the actual evidence. Because you're right, Senator Shirky told them, if you meet with Matt DePerno and look at his evidence, you can no longer say that you haven't seen any evidence of election fraud. It's childish, it's third grade nonsense, but that's how we operate. Yes?
What's the best way to get Secretary of State Benson out? I know it's 2024 before.
Well, the question is, how do you get Secretary of State Benson out? You get her out the same way you get Dana Nessel out. And this is what we need to talk about in terms of delegates, right? Delegates are how we get them out. Republicans operate and run their delegates in a completely different way than the Democrats do. All right? Delegates, as Pat Colbeck told you, delegates are limited to about 3,000 voters per their precincts, right? They're supposed to have their heart on the pulse of everything that's happening in their precinct or their neighborhood. They're supposed to be going around marshaling the vote, understanding the issues, educating people, getting people out to the polls, getting them to poll challengers, poll watchers. There's all kinds of things that delegates are supposed to be doing. We don't do that though. Democrats do. You should look at the way they run their delegates. They have a huge, massive ground game because of the education in their delegate system. We don't operate our delegates that way. We've got over 15,000, just over 15,000 delegate slots in the state. And guess how many are actually filled right now? Less than 5,000. About 4,000. I just looked this up today as I was sitting there. Allegan County has 202 delegate slots. 125 are vacant. Okay? And that is true across the state. You have over 10,000 delegate slots that are open. We need to do a better job as Republicans recruiting delegates, educating delegates, getting them out to our county meetings. We have a big problem right now with the state party and how the state party runs and how grassroots operates. Grassroots are tired of the state party, right? Right. Yeah. See, everyone gets excited about that. They're like, hey, we don't want to deal with the state party anymore. We're going to go out and start our own group. And I've been out there for a year and a half now talking to these grassroots groups. And they're all like, yeah, we started our own group. It's great. It's like the old Tea Party movement, right? Well, how many of you are delegates? None. So very few. We've got grassroots groups that go out, they operate, but they have very few delegates. They don't even understand the delegate process. The delegate process means that in April of this year, April 23rd, we have a state convention. Delegates need to get to that state convention and vote on, as a primary, certain offices like Secretary of State and Attorney General, right? We need to get delegates down to that state convention. If you're not a delegate, you don't get to vote in that primary for Attorney General or Secretary of State. And most people are like, I never knew that. I didn't know that's the way it worked. Well, that's the way it works. So we need delegates. We need to get delegates recruited. And in these counties where you don't have all of your delegates selected, every county in the state is going to have a county convention at the beginning of April. At that county convention, your county leaders are able to elevate non-delegates to delegate slots if those spots are open and bring them to state convention. So we need to do that. Even if you're not a current delegate, you can still be a delegate if you get to your county convention at the beginning of April and say, I want to be a delegate. That's how we vote for Secretary of State. That's how we vote for Attorney General. A lot of people are like, oh, I had no idea that's how it happened. But that's how it happens. You have to be a delegate. Delegates are important in this state. We need people to be delegates. And that's primarily the reason we're meeting here today, so people understand and get educated on the delegate process. Back there?
Just as good clarification on the county convention, delegates are elevated after the slate is actually completed for the people going to state convention. As a method of order, which that's the way it's been over the years. At the tail end of that, if you've been elevated to delegate status and there are still open slots, then you have the opportunity to go. So there is a slight procedure there.
And
also you do not have to be a delegate to go to convention. Delegates are given precedence to fill the slots first. If there are open slots for the slate to go to convention, that can be filled by any resident.
No, great. Thank you for that clarification. So the point is that even if you're not a delegate now, you can still get elevated to be in that position for state convention. And we need you. That's the whole point of the grassroots movement. We need your help. We need grassroots, constitutional people to get elevated to delegate slots, to get to convention, so that we can vote for America First, Trump-endorsed candidates at convention. And that's how I get on the ballot for the general election to challenge Dana Nessel. If I don't win, if I don't get enough delegate votes at that convention, if sort of establishment, if you will, gets more people there to convention, then they get their establishment candidate on the general election ballot. So that's how it works. If you're not a delegate, talk to the people here from the county to get elevated so that you can get put up into those slots. Yes.
And I understand that their plans of party, our party heads as they are, have decided to use voting machines for the election, your election, at the county, at the state conference. Do you think that those machines are set up so they can shoot them?
Well, they're using Dominion voting system at the county or the state convention. I mean, I know what I know about them. You know, you can certainly program those machines to do whatever you want.
And is there a way that we can check them ahead of time?
Well, they have agreed that they'll do a hand recount of those ballots at state convention. So it is a fight right now at the state level as to how we count votes at state convention and how we cast votes at state convention. So it's an ongoing battle. I prefer to have no machines at all. I prefer to vote on paper. It's the only fair way I know to run an election. One more question.
Can you explain why they shut, since we talked about machines, why they shut the images off from those machines and how that was supposed to work?
How they shut images off of machines. Right. So your voting machines, there's a state law, number one, or a federal law that says all election information, ballots, anything related to the election shall be preserved for 22 months. So we had, in July 2020, there was a series of FOIA requests after the primary that went out to counties asking them for ballot images. Ballot images are a snapshot of every ballot. And your machines have as the default setting to capture ballot images. Okay? You put your ballot, you fill out your ballot, you put your ballot in the slot, it scans your ballot, makes a digital image of it in the system. And now you have actual paper ballots and you have ballot images. If someone wants to FOIA ballots, they can FOIA the ballot images, right? And it's a very easy way for county clerks to turn that information over. They can give it to you on a thumb drive. In July of 2020, many of our state county clerks, along with Secretary of Benson, sent out emails, which we have copies of, and decided that the best way to handle those FOIA requests for ballot images was to turn off that feature and not capture ballot images. This was spearheaded by a guy named Justin Roebuck, which you guys are probably familiar with, right?
No, Ottawa County?
Yeah. So he's the guy that came up with the idea of voters are too stupid to understand this information and shouldn't even have it. So if we just turn off, say, ballot imaging, we won't capture ballot imaging, and we won't have to turn them over in the FOIA request. That's pretty devious, right? But it still deleted the actual ballot images that were created, which violated federal law. So when we got to the November 2020 election, many counties were not capturing ballot images because they turned off that feature. Isn't it amazing that we actually have a computer system that has a feature on it that says violate federal law, right? Just click this button and you no longer save these images. So that's we have this system, which is why we got to get rid of electronic voting systems. You shouldn't have a system that allows you to not capture the image when that's the default setting. Pretty terrible, but that's one of the many things we found. So anyway, I need your help in terms of getting people to convention, getting delegates to convention. It's important. If you're not a delegate, meet with your county officials, call them up, go to your county convention, get elevated to delegate, and get to county convention in Lansing on April 23rd. It's a whole day event if you've ever been to a state convention, but it's important. That's how we select Secretary of States, and that's how we select Attorney Generals. I have a list out here, a sign-up sheet, if everyone could sign it, so we could keep you informed of what's happening with our campaign. I also have donation forms, because campaigns run on donations. We need money, we need help, we need grassroots efforts. Many people to donate small dollar amounts is what we're looking for. And then there's also some campaign literature. But I'll be around to we'll do one more question.
Yeah, so like you said, it's 125 vacancies out of 202 right here in Adams County. So potentially those vacancies can be filled and those people can go participate in April?
Yes.
Okay. So because I know the people who sign up right now for new precinct delegates, unless they're elevated, they can't participate.
Correct. So there's a lot of people out there who have signed up for delegates, and there's been some delegate training, but those people are signing up to be delegates to be put on the ballot for August, which is after state convention. We need to recruit people now to be at the April 23rd convention. And there's over 100 slots available still in your county. So get out, meet with your actual county chair, and talk to them about your county convention that's coming up at the beginning of April, so that you can be put into a slot and elevated to a spot at county convention. So I appreciate everyone coming out. Thanks for coming. I appreciate all your support, and we'll see you around.
Our next speaker is going to be somebody that, has everybody heard that term, find a hill that you're willing to die on? Yeah. If you haven't found that hill, you know why you have to find that hill? Because when we find that hill and we're willing to give up everything, our life, our fortunes, and our sacred honor, to fight on that hill, that's when the Holy Spirit can work in us to do His work. The next speaker, she found that hill when she was working as a clerk. She found a hill that she was willing to fight on. And we did have a covenant with God, and that covenant was broken. And the reason that we're here now, in this time, is to help renew that covenant with Him. So let's welcome Rochelle Smith. Give us Smith.
Thank you, Ken. It's good to be here. Wow, I am amazed at all that we have learned already. This has just been a wonderful day with just everybody's knowledge and wisdom and experiences, and that's just, I'm so happy to be a part of that. Thank you again, Curtis, for the work and effort that you have done to put into putting this day on for us all. I think after going after Matt Colonel, we all know what we need to do. Our county chair is here, Mr. Mike Vandenberg. He's got his hand up over there. That is probably one of the most important things is we know we have over 100 seats to fill here, just in Allegheny County alone. So take a look at yourself, what you're willing to invest in and work for, and not just talk about wanting change, but be that change, because we all can do it. I've been a township clerk here, just right in our little town of Martin, since 2015. I never thought that this would be a path I would be on, but after the 2020 election, which I believe was a failed election, it inspired me to just take a look at myself and realize, okay, what is in this for me? I really sought the Lord on that. Prayed a lot about it, talked to my family, and I really believe that a local elected official has part of what God has planned for my life was to go to the next level. And again, I have a lot to learn, but I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to follow that this path that's opened up. It is an open seat. We do have our new lines that are drawn, so that is a step that I'm out there doing, running the state representative campaign, and just with my experience as a township clerk, I, again, want to just reiterate what Matt had said. The Dominion machines, electronic machines, I believe need to go if they have the ability to be connected to the internet, which I know they do. Because I can look at my own machine and I can see the port where you could put that in. And with Patrick Koldak verifying in the TCF Center, he knows what he saw. We should not be using these machines. So there are a lot of things that need to change. I'm excited about winning the seat, getting into Lansing, and being able to do my part and what I can with what I know. And we need the support from all of you guys. Precinct delegate, getting involved in the local level is so very important. School boards, you name it. We have, we're going to go over that, I believe, too today. So thank you all for coming out tonight and being involved, because that's what it's going to take.
Thank you, Michelle, and thank you for this great place to gather. I've been talking a lot about renewing the covenant of God, and I don't think there's anybody better to do that than Austin. Thank you for putting your hands together.
All right, it's Christ, but that's, it always gets messed up, but that's okay. One of the things that you have to understand is, does anybody know what took place in 1620? What happened in 1620? What?
Mayflower.
Mayflower, yeah. There's a relative here, a person who's got relatives who were on that boat. One of the things that were very interesting, before they got off, they had what was called the Geneva Bible. And being a group of people that were biblically based and coming over a treacherous, dangerous voyage, the concept and the idea was, how are we going to govern? So they put together what was called the Mayflower Compact, which was the first covenant to hit the New World. And in that document, basically, again, they looked at life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness or property. And so what began to take place in that colony, and how many of you know about half of that colony was wiped out during their first winter? And how many of you know they started an economic system which was socialism? And when that went down the tubes, they went into more modern day capitalism. Well, right around 1776, when the British were really becoming tyrannical, and a group of people gathered together in a place called Philadelphia. By the way, Independence Hall at that time was out in the boonies. It wasn't in a central city like it is today. But they forged a concept and an idea in the Declaration of Independence. And they forged it on ideas that of life and the liberty, and they had that burning in their hearts. And when we get to the point of the Constitution, what takes place is we are looking at a document that becomes a covenant. And as we've described earlier, what we had was in the Articles of Confederation, almost 10 years of a disaster. But what took place in this covenant was the realization of coming together for a common cause. America is an idea. And the American idea that people come across the world to participate in is founded in that covenant. Now today, we are faced with a situation where we're given like two choices according to the news. One choice is socialism, which is promoted unbelievably in our schools, in our universities, in our government, and in all facets of our life. The second choice is the covenant. When they signed the Declaration of Independence, they realized they were signing their death warrant. And England in particular was looking for the patriots. The ones who were aggravating the British government. And how were they doing that? And I here. And I here was based on the Constitution. Today,
renew the covenant that our forefathers made to one another and to Almighty God. Pledging our fortunes, pledging our lives. Change will not take place until you seriously, and forgive me, I am a pastor, have a conversion. Okay? Not just a spiritual conversion. I do, by the way, highly suggest that. All right? If you are not a believer in Jesus Christ, today is the day for that.
Amen.
All right? But a commitment to come together to support that which our forefathers have written. The only constitution and form of government that has surpassed over 200 years. And once again, to make a covenantal commitment to our forefathers and to our Constitution. We need to return back to the foundations. We need to dig out the wells that have been polluted. We need to affirm that we will stand on the Constitution. If you have not read the documents, the Declaration, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, I urge you to do so. And I urge you to renew yourself to one another and to that covenant. Amen? Amen. All right, now you know what amen means. So be it. Okay? Today is the day. Not tomorrow, not down the road, not when I'm old and gray, but today is the day to renew ourselves to the principles and concepts of our founding fathers. Will you do that today? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pastor, for that impromptu speech. Wasn't that great? That's at the back we have poll worker applications. If you turn your head, she's holding them up back there. That's where you sign up. And also, if you want to understand the delegate precinct, go to MIPRE. I'm spelling it because I don't know how to spell it. Precinct. MI precinct. You guys are smarter than I am with it. PRECINTC first.com. There's a T in there. All right, we're getting it together here. But do you understand what's at stake here? We might be the last generation to understand what freedom was, and if we're not willing to sacrifice what our forefathers sacrificed, so we could experience freedom, our kids aren't going to have it, and our grandkids aren't going to have it. So you have to ask yourself, is a TV show or a soccer game more important than fighting for what we're fighting for? We need to stand up and fight. And thank you for everybody for being here. We need to inspire other people to do that. So before we go on to our next speaker, we're going to take a little bit break here, and we'll gather at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Use the break to sign up, sign the applications, and sign that for personal stuff.
Yeah.
Who was supposed to be? You know who's supposed to be news? His name is Dale.
Slideshow ready? Okay.
Yeah, okay. Well, no, there's a room that's been talking. You're, I think you're on after her. Now we're done, yeah. We need a home. And we'd like to come more than that. Okay. Let me ask you this. You know, Mike,
I can't think of the name right now.
you know, you're not the only one who's spoken. There's way of doing everything, and the end result of that is I just can't Oh, this. No. Well, I don't know what else to teach on a Sunday morning.
Well, some people like to preach, and then there's teaching.
We do expository, but we also do conference. Let me give you a little background. We're in our history. We do a lot of personal one-on-one. We believe in looking at activity as the acknowledgement. So what that is not an important You're just down the road from us. You know the oyster?
No, I'm not from this area.
Oh, okay. You know where the masters speak? Yes, if you call, YouTube is on, well, it's on my website. It's the live citizen service, but you can also go to RCCA.
First one's always the hardest.
Yeah.
Next ones will come easier.
But it was exciting. It covered a lot of
Oh, there's.
Yeah, if you want to check this out. I'm sorry. Except I don't know how much be down. I want to move back. I no longer work here. You really have no work now. You know Bill Johnson?
Well, how come I saw the video?
Well, he's amazing about how it started out, believe it or not. We have a very conservative, exactly. So one of the things we're doing is every time we read, every town reading the idea of going on, again, YouTube and going to yeah, only in non-cartoons like cartoons. They take you through the values of the I want them to understand the book, not just memorize it. Good to meet you too.
I just remember,
I think you have to like churn it a little to make it more creamy, to bring the cream out. Yeah. Well,
I remember my uncle had a dairy farm and then he would bring out and it kind of settles too.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. Kind of like whipping, like sliding cream.
Yeah,
you beat it up.
Yeah.
And then it becomes more creamy.
Why did they set it to let the cream rise to the top?
Yeah, that's what you do.
Yeah. It up.
Yeah, like the way. Yeah, it does. It just separates.
Remember years ago,
Kind of like oil and water.
he read dairy.
Or are you?
102nd District. It's West Michigan, about a half hour north of Muskegon. Just got switched. My district just got slightly switched, but it worked out on my behalf. So excited about that. And trying to get up in there. That's what.
When he said north of Muskegon. Yeah, that's North Shore.
Yeah. Or not North Shores, North Michigan, North Michigan. North Shores is kind of like, yeah. Kind of like in a city, it's like in the middle. Mm-hmm, it is south of Muskegon. From around here? Look, we're on here.
We're going to have Tamara Mitchell go up there.
You're going to go up there?
No, Tamara Mitchell's going to go up there. So we're going to get the camera there.
Right.
All right, we're gonna get back together here. Everybody remember to get to miprecinctfirst.com. Just had a gentleman come up to me and said, in his county, in Kalamazoo County, there's over 500 out of 600 seats open in Kalamazoo. 500 open seats in Kalamazoo.
Hey, everybody, listen up.
Wow. Thank you, Austin. We're going to get going here. That was miprecinctfirst.com. That's where you're going to get training. You're not going to find that from the GOP or anything like that right now, but that's going to be the place where they have training. And unless Sean Calder is going to give us some training later on this afternoon, that's nice. But miprecinctfirst.com. Our next speaker came all the way from Kalamazoo, Michigan. Dr. Tamara Mitchell is the founder chair of the Kalamazoo Electoral Action Team, a citizen stakeholder for team transparent and accountable governance. She rolls up her sleeves in solidarity with the community to provide citizens with practical tools to increase their frequency and effectiveness in engagement with the governance process. From successful implementing public comment campaigns and current issues that impact local ordinances and state federal legislations, completing citizen-driven petition efforts that combat partisan overreach, she does so side by side with everyday fellow Americans. As a creator and visionary of multiple public administration, and policy strategy models, Dr. Mitchell also effectively builds and implements complementary strategies that yield the best outcomes for complex issues. I've heard her speak before. You're in for a treat. Let's welcome Dr. Mitchell.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. It's really an honor and a pleasure to be here with you. It's also wonderful to see some familiar faces. Some of you I already know. I've met you at other venues. We've had a chance to connect, talk to each other. So Happy New Year to everyone. We are off to a wonderful start in this 2022. And I'm very encouraged about what's to come, both in August and in November. And I hope that you are too. So give yourselves a hand, because I already know that we are going to stay fired up. We're going to get done what we need to get done. And so far, we've been doing very well. I think that after the 2020 election in November, we went through a grieving process. And that grieving process brought all of us to our knees in prayer. And prayer not only for us to come out of that grieving process, but prayer for us to remain strong, to remain steadfast, and to look forward to where we are right now in 2022. So with that in mind, I'm going to get right into the discussion today. I've been asked to talk with you all a bit about CRT and how CRT is being used as an issue or a platform to change our way of life here in the United States, and to basically tear down our principles, what we believe in as Americans, and exactly what it means to be united. United States of America. Who we are is in our name. United. And we can never forget that. We can never allow outside forces or inside forces to move us away from that truth. We are united, and we are to always be united as one. So usually when I do these talks about CRT, I start with discussing how our current administration, and I use that term loosely, the Biden and Harris administration, how they have determined
that their immediate priorities pertaining to racial equity, that they are using that as the pretext for making broad swipe changes, not only in our schools, but what is called a whole of government approach. So that means in every level of our government, they are attempting to use race as a factor in determining how our government will work. And if you go to the Biden-Harris administration, if you have looked at their page, you can obviously see what they have there. And it's pertaining to racial equity. I want to quote a little bit from that so you can hear for yourself, and you can make your own decision on what this means. The promise of our nation is that every American has an equal chance to get ahead. That sounds good, right? Yet, persistent systemic racism and barriers to opportunity have denied this promise for so many. President Biden is putting equity at the center of the agenda with a whole of government approach, and that is what I was talking about. It's a broad coordination between multiple levels of government to embed racial justice across federal agencies, policies, and programs. And then it says that President Biden will take hold and he will take action to advance what is this comprehensive equity agenda. And this comprehensive equity agenda they're attempting to implement it throughout our criminal justice system, through our healthcare system, education, of course, our housing system, the entire infrastructure of our government. This is what is in basically what they have determined to be their mission and their vision for their administration. Now, we've seen already some of their policies implemented, and they really would like to implement a whole lot more, but we've been seeing some of their policies attempt to be implemented at the local level through things called DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. We also see the implementation in our schools through processes called social emotional learning, in which our children are subjected to these particular ideas about racial justice, racial equity, and basically it's just an indoctrination to make children believe what they want them to believe, which is geared towards the liberal mindset or the progressive mindset. And so there is a danger that we are already in. This is not something that's coming, we are already here. And I really want to impress that upon everyone, that because we are already here, that means we all have to do something to help us get out of it, to push back, to take action, and to do things that you probably normally wouldn't do. I am the chair of the group called CALEAT, the Kalamazoo Electoral Action Team. And so the team, what we do is, our focus is to actually take action. We come together, we discuss, and then we do something. Gary is here. He's one of the people on our team. Very instrumental, wonderful guy. Gary has been with us every step of the way. Thanks, Gary. Good to see you.
Thank you, Coach.
And then also, too, when we have our meetings, we provide solutions. And I don't want to get off of where I am right now on this CRT thing, but I will pick up later a little bit on an election issue. But as far as CRT goes, our U.S. Department of Education, our head is Miguel Cardona, and he is a person who is quoted as saying that we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to hit the reset button. So this once in a lifetime opportunity to hit the reset button was the pandemic. So they used the pandemic as the foundation to reset the education system and to reshape it in the way that they believed it should have been before the pandemic. He goes on to say, let's fix what wasn't working before and finally build an education system that works for all students. Now that sounds good, but the problem is that they're doing it based on race. They're doing it based on this idea that they have to do what is called take out whiteness from the education process. So that is what the children are being subjected to on a daily basis. And we've had people, many experts say, oh, we're not teaching CRT. You are teaching CRT. You're using the principles, and they're training our teachers with these methodologies. And expecting our teachers to utilize these methodologies in their interactions with the students. So they may want to say that, yeah, we're not teaching CRT, but you are using social emotional learning methods and techniques, and those range from a myriad of things. In particular, number one, recognizing or stating that African American students are somehow oppressed, and they're being oppressed because of the parents of the white children. They also are implementing foolish notions such as creating an anti-racist school experience, paying close attention to white teacher responsibility for teaching students of color. So what that means is there's an emphasis and a direct focus on white teachers that would require white teachers to do something special, different, more, something in the alternative for the black students as opposed to just teaching all of the students. So the question is, what happens to our white teachers when they don't fulfill or step into this role that is expected of them? That's a great concern. In addition, there is a push that there must be a pro-black focus in the public schools. That's a very dangerous proposition as well, because our schools are not comprised solely of black students. Our schools are mixed, more than they ever have been in the history of our nation. Our children are attending school alongside of each other, and they have to learn, and we are obligated as parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, people of the community, to ensure that they have the best experience, the best learning environment that affords them to be able to develop into full, productive human adults. And if we cannot do that, then that is a grave failure that will reverberate throughout not only here in Michigan, but for the foreseeable future of our nation. So we have to grab a hold of this situation of CRT. I cannot express to you how critical this is. And I cannot express to you how deep and how far and how wide people who support the CRT push, how far they are willing to go to push this and force this ideology. In addition, they are promoting, instituting the equity agenda and transforming the mindset of children, recognizing cultural and contextual influences in the public school setting, and to engage in targeted and continual efforts to reduce bias. Now, once again, this is in the education setting, so our children are being impacted by this. And as well as our teachers, and the expectation of our teachers and the school system in general, our leadership, is that they fall in line with this. Now, what I just read to you is information that was taken from a video that was on the U.S. Department of Education website that was produced and provided by a group of directors who are a part of the U.S. Department of Education, their information sharing division, where these directors are being held up as a shining example of what it is to have good implementation of CRT principles. So this, what I just gave you, is the model of what is expected in our schools. And so, let me give you the name of this video. It's called Seizing the Moment, Race Equity Mindsets, Social and Emotional Well-Being, and Outcomes for Students. And I'd be happy to provide the link to I believe Curtis, or I'll provide that to Curtis, and perhaps he can share it with you if you'd like to have it. And you can take a look at these videos yourself. I warn you that you will probably be very appalled and very upset at the end of them, as I was, but I watched it probably 4 times. It's 2 hours long, but it's worth it to get a full grasp of what they are attempting to do. So how they handle resistance to the racial equity agenda. You need to know that. All right, so they have what's called a teacher prep program. And teachers are being prepped to see the education system as a system of white supremacy. Yes. And you probably have heard that before too. And the teacher system redesign is to be regarded as a system that counters that white supremacy. So according to these webinar presenters, their strategy to transform the mindset of children regarding the racial equity concept is to challenge it, to move the teachers from how they were previously approaching their teaching, to move them to this new mindset of teaching and understanding. And we've seen in the school districts, there's been some rumblings and some issues related to some teachers who agree with that and some teachers who don't. And we've lost some teachers. Teachers have quit. Yes. Not only because of, other things such as mass mandates, but they've been quitting because of this CRT and this push to move them from just teaching the children to actually teaching the children through this lens of race. This lens of supposedly that being white is something terrible and that being black is something that we have to protect so that black people or black students are made to feel at a higher level than the other students. So it's these divisions that are creating the problems for teachers who don't agree with this. And they have lost their jobs or they have simply quit. And then so in teaching these teachers to look at race, to have this filter of looking at race in teaching the children, they are also implementing practices and programs through social and emotional learning. And that is connected to this whole concept of achieving equity. So the U.S. power structures have systemic advantages and disadvantages that hold inequities in place. That is one of the things that they are promoting. So if the whole system is problematic, then the next idea is to dismantle it. But dismantle it in favor of, or with respect to, or in favor of what? So the question is, what is the whole idea, the whole approach that they're looking to make our schools into? And we have seen some of that take place. Some of that is taking place in our schools with not only the teachers teaching according to racism, but they're actually dividing the children according to race. They are teaching in their lesson plans things that highlight racial issues. And they are actually requiring students to look at each other through that lens of racism. So, in video number 2, in these resources, they label Black students as oppressed and assign a stigma to them. And I recently gave a talk at Centerpoint Church regarding this issue, regarding the assignment of stigma. And with this whole CRT concept, there's always haters, losers, and winners. So you have to decide which one you're going to assign to those positions. And by simply engaging in that type of assignment, then it perpetuates the entire concept of what CRT is. And so you can't get around that, which is why CRT is also so dangerous. Because it requires us to prejudge one another, to judge each other wrongly, and to teach our children to judge each other in those wrong ways. And so those are just a few things that our current administration is pursuing. It's very unfortunate, it's very disheartening. But you can find this information on the Biden-Harris administration immediate priorities on their whitehouse.gov website. You can look this information up, read it yourselves. I could go into much deeper detail, but I don't want to strain or stress you with those things because some of it is very ugly and very detrimental. But if you do get a chance to read them, I encourage you to also share them with others who have the same concerns about the direction of our country and how we have to, once again, come together, stand together, united as one people, united as one from the beginning to the middle to where we are now and going forward. There is absolutely no way that we can stand together without us actually acknowledging and saying to one another, you're my equal, we are one. But we have to be the ones who are saying that and not leave it to someone else to come and tell us or to try to make our children believe that we're not. It is up to us to be the voice that says, we will not allow that. We are the United States of America, and that's what we will always be. So I'd like to take some questions if you'd like to ask me anything regarding this information. Of course, I'll do my best to answer your questions. If I can't, I'll give you some direction. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We can't be united if 90% of the black population votes for Democrats. We have to find a way to get them to understand that what the Democrats have provided for them year after year, decades, forever, doesn't work. So you see other minorities, such as Hispanics, Asians, they have a breakout that's more reasonable. They look at, I think, candidates and issues and policies, and they don't all vote lockstep for the Democrats. So I see that people who are not lockstep with the Democrats, like yourself, have gone through the American program of getting a good education, being smart, getting a good job, advancing, as the way out of what we've always labeled as poverty being among black people, which is not true, because there's plenty of other people who are not black who are in poverty. So how do we get the black population to stop voting for Democrats?
That is a question that we have all been asking. A lot of us want to know, what will it take? And yes, a large majority of the black population, they do vote Democrat. And part of the reason why that is, and I'm just saying that part of the reason, it's not the only reason. Part of the reason is the way that the Democrat Party approaches and appeals to certain parts of the African American community. And so, with that in mind, people get comfortable. Really. Part of it is you just get comfortable with doing the same thing that you've always done, that your parents did and your grandparents did, and it was okay for them, so it's okay for me. That's a big part of it. Yeah. But that is changing. It is changing quite a lot. In my family, many of my uncles are Republican. And these are gentlemen who were teenagers in the 60s and 70s, so they grew up actually experiencing the civil rights movement, riots, and things like that. And they weren't always Republicans. At some point, they voted Democrat. But they have changed because they have lived and they've seen and they've experienced other things. They have stepped outside of basically always doing the same thing. Once again, like I said, if your parents did it, your grandparents did it, and you stay really in the same communities, you stay around the same people, then it's very likely that you're probably going to continue to vote the same way that you always have. And I also too believe that one of the ways to change this is to become issues focused. If we become issues focused, then that's when people say, okay, how does this affect me and my household? If we become party focused, it throws up a wall to some people. So if you become issues focused, then the doors open for everyone to come in and to sit next to each other and say, hey, I see it the way you see it. So we do a lot of issues focused work through community. We love our party, love the KGOP, love the GOP, support our party. But we also do issues-focused work, issues-focused action, because that is what works, and that is what pulls people to continue to come back and to want to be a part. And we've seen it from experience. The numbers continue to grow. People come, they give voice to the things that concerns them. They tell us things that we wouldn't normally think, oh, that's a problem. But yes, that is a problem because it's a problem for them in their household. So we come up with solutions for that. but it's a mix of us. So to answer your question, the way is to focus on issues. That's the way to get more people to come and vote.
I just wanted to thank you for being courageous and being different. And thank you for coming here. I really enjoyed your talk.
Oh, thank you, sir. It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure. Sir, it's a light blue sweater.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate you coming here and giving me a talk too.
Of course.
I would think just logically, if you're talking about the issues oriented, every black would vote Republican. Because Abraham Lincoln was the first Republican, and he also freed slaves. No Democrat freed any slaves. Just by logical conclusion, I would think every black would vote nothing but Republican.
Yes, I thank you so much for your remarks, sir. Yes, and as far as issues as well as values, the values, we're very connected. We're the same. We have the same, but we love God. I grew up in the church. I don't know what it's like not to walk with God. That's been my whole life. I can't even imagine what kind of mess would I be without him. But the things that we have in common, we really have to draw on those things. And it has to come from an effort. Reaching out to one another, talking to each other, showing up in different venues that you maybe would normally go to. And intentionally making those relationships and those connections. So that's the problem with, of course, being divided. And, and basically, I stay in my lane, I stay here in my little space, my community. We have to branch out. We have to, shake things up, mix it up some. And that's how we make real change. Yes, ma'am.
My question has to do with school board, because I've been attending a lot lately in like the program committee, and this is where curriculum is decided. And I guess I don't know if it's the way their policy set up, so maybe this will be a conversation maybe after we can have. But they are set up where they have a curriculum director. And she will present the curriculum to be presented, or the professional development for the teachers. And, they're doing exactly what you had pointed out was on the Department of Education website. So our superintendent the other night made the comment, well, our director's been in this position for 30 years, I trust her. So he like rubber stamps it. But he's not listening to the parents at the board meeting, bringing up all these instances. So it's like, okay, do we try and push for a policy change, how this is done? Besides the school board, they hire the superintendent, and then the director reports to the superintendent. So it's kind of like the director is shielded from the board, and they need to send these approvals to the board, because they're ultimately responsible to the parents and the taxpayers and the kids.
And what you just gave us is the flow. And you all maybe didn't hear her because she doesn't have a microphone. What she presented to us was the decision-making line for how things get done and how they end up in the classroom. From the curriculum director all the way down to the teacher in the classroom who is feeding these things to the students. And from what you just said, you actually confirmed that this is actually happening.
Yeah, and I mean, the same thing with now the library. She gets the committee, she picks the parent and the librarian, and it's like, and they trust these people. Just because they have an advanced degree does not mean their values align with the parents in the district. Right. So, you know, it's like, how do you, besides, you know, putting in a new board and hiring a different superintendent, but it's like, how do you get this to stop? Because, you know, there's a lot of, they do not agree with it. And we're becoming very helpful.
And we have to be vocal, and yes, that was gonna be my next point. Being vocal, being involved in every aspect of the education process, not only at the local and state level, but all the way up to our administration. I encourage, when I hear groups, parents talk about actions that they're taking pertaining to this issue, and sometimes they have a very myopic focus. And so my encouragement to them is to think broader, because what is happening with CRT in our classrooms is not simply occurring or being generated at the local level. This is a plan from our executive office. And if we're not approaching it from that perspective, then it's like a drop in the ocean.
And that's like the state civil rights department, they have a DEI document that the school board is using, or the curriculum director is using to push this.
Yes, and that DEI document is part of the priorities from the Biden administration to push that in particular. So, yes, ma'am.
State of Michigan also has a parents' rights in Michigan education. I can't remember the exact name of it, but it lists out a Bill of Rights for parents in education that they are supposed to be following also.
Okay, is it part of state law?
It's part, yes.
Okay, because
Yes.
then we can use state law.
Yep, and you go on the Michigan website and just look up education parents' rights, and it'll give you the document.
Can you say that one more time, really loud?
There is a Parents' Bill of Rights for education, and you can go on to the Michigan website, I Googled parents' rights in education, and it'll come up, and it is a document giving the parents what lists their rights that they can enforce in the education. And part of it is they have to involve the parents, not make the committee, but they have to involve parents who want to know what curriculum is being taught to be involved.
Did you all hear that? Yes, the Parents' Bill of Rights at website Michigan.gov. That Parent Bill of Rights outlines what the rights of parents are pertaining to the education system, and gives some insight on what or how parents can be completely involved in their child's education. Yes, ma'am.
Does this also include the sexual orientation agenda that they're pushing on kids too? Is that incorporated into the state?
Well,
Well,
it's not separate per se. This particular part that I'm discussing with you today is about racial equity. But remember, the Biden-Harris administration is using a whole of government approach. So they do have a support for that particular community, and for that community's interest to be also a part of the whole of government. So they are also utilizing methods to make that happen. They may not necessarily be wrapped up in the CRT methodologies or the CRT elements that they're using, but they are pursuing some of those things, and we saw that actually before the pandemic took place. There was a really big push for having the boys and girls share restrooms. Do you all remember that? So that was the push before the pandemic happened, and then the pandemic happened, and then it shifted to this whole thing with race. And then, of course, they have plans for other things. So we have to stay on top of this very much. There was a lady with her hand up in the back. Yes, ma'am.
Hi. I almost forgot what I wanted to say. Sorry. To the gentleman here, I will quote Joe as him saying, before he was elected, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. I don't know if I remember that. You're black. Guess what, Joe? I didn't vote for you. What I do like about what you were saying about, the CRT. What are they looking for? What is their end game? So once because this is my granddaughter, she's an 8th grader. And so her twin came home one day and told my husband here, and told Papa, she was very upset about it, how they were talking about the Constitution, and the teacher had to make a point that not everybody who wrote the Constitution, not all of them were Christians. Like, I don't know where that came from. They're talking about the Constitution. But she needed to make that point to her. And it upset her. So my husband, he went to the school like, what are you talking to my granddaughter about? So yeah, in that sense, what is their end game? So once you can separate, so I guess they want to teach her that her papa, okay, because he's white, like, get your granny to divorce him because, what is their end game? Because, like you're saying, they're trying to teach, our children that, white people are bad and this, and it's like, I believe if we all line up, no matter what color we all are, if you line us all up on the freeway, put an 18-wheeler in front of each of us, we're all going down with that 18-wheeler. So I don't understand, like you say, what is their end game? Once you can teach this to them, and then of course you'll have fights, you'll have just all kinds of chaos going on amongst kids. You'll have 5-year-olds, calling out 5-year-olds, and you get to the middle schoolers and the high schoolers, then you got stabbings and you got shootings and you got, what is their end game? What is the point of this great separation, or this, why do they even think they have the right to teach my granddaughter anything except math, reading,
Yeah.
And how do you teach math in different, cultures? White people, this is your math, or you, this is your math, like, is it 1 and 1, 2, no matter how you put it? I don't get it.
Thank you for your remarks, ma'am.
I get real upset about that.
I think it's common sense.
I work at the schools, at the high school, and I hear a lot of stupid, from some of the kids, and you say the right thing to them, they're like, oh my God, wow, kind of here standing there. Well, look around before you open your mouth, because your parents didn't tell you that when you went to school today. You're not the only one walking around here, so watch your mouth.
Right, and that's being a parent.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for everything that you said. You just lightened us all up here a bit. So your question is, what is their end game?
Exactly.
Their end game is to fundamentally change our entire United States system of governance. That is their end game. And with them being the ones in perpetual power. And so the way to do that, or one of the ways to do that, is to change generations through how you teach children. If you teach children a particular way, then once those children are 18, they will, in their estimations, vote the way that you've taught them to vote. They will do what you have taught them to do. They will support and defend what you taught them to be of value. And so that is what they are after. And if you cannot change the minds, as they have stated in their documents, is their goal to change the mindsets of children. Without that, they will never reach their goal of this perpetual, unending, being in power in the United States of America that doesn't resemble anything of what it was ever intended to resemble. So, and then you had another question. I don't remember your second question, but if you can remember it.
No, I think I was just kind of rounding it out as to what is their end result.
Yeah, that is their end goal. They want to be in power without any accountability.
But you keep saying they, so who's they?
The liberals and the progressives who are pursuing this CRT.
Which color are they?
Oh.
Even they come in all
Are you talking about, are you speaking of African Americans, or are you just speaking of just in general?
In general, that's the scary thing. Who are they?
Right,
You know,
right. It's a mix. It's not just African Americans who are in favor of CRT. There are people from all ethnicities who favor CRT, who think that it's a good thing.
Well, she's saying mostly, maybe white. I was listening to the news this morning, and it's the district attorney of New York? It's a black guy. Is that the new district attorney? And he's no longer going to prosecute armed robberies, prostitution. He had a whole long list of everything, and it's just like, what? What are you talking about? So you can go take a gun and rob somebody, just as long as you don't kill them. No need for you to report it because he's not going to jail for it. So when I say they, it's like, in my opinion, he's a black guy. How ignorant is that? So is he?
He was funded though by Soros, who's a white guy.
I'm sorry?
He was funded by Soros, who's a white guy.
No, it's people that
Well,
want to.
the issue is
To me, that's that same ignorance, like you're not going to prosecute the guy who just stuck a gun in a 14-year-old's face and took his backpack off his back, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Right, and so part of the problem with that is that we've seen an uptick in crime because crimes are not being prosecuted. And some of these crimes are not being prosecuted in communities where the law enforcement leaders, they are supporters of the CRT principles.
That's the point.
And so, yes ma'am, I understand exactly what you were getting at. They are in support of these CRT principles, and that is, once again, one of the areas that's listed in the Biden administration priorities, that they would use racial equity in criminal justice reform. So their reforms are geared towards punishment based on race, or lack of punishment based on race. And so we've been seeing also, as I said, an uptick in crime in our communities throughout, actually, the United States. There's been reports of increase in crime in major cities, and we've had some increase in crime, of course, in Kalamazoo, and in, of course, some other places in Michigan as well. So I am over time, but I just wanted to thank you all for allowing me to come and be before you. If you have any additional questions, I'll be here afterwards. And I also too wanted to acknowledge someone today, Rochelle. I gotta tell you all a story very quickly about Rochelle. Rochelle came to one of our meetings. She came to our meeting. We were talking about election integrity, and we talked about Zuckerberg and Zuckerberg. And I gave some directions on what I'm supposed to do to help out Zuckerberg out of the election system. You know, she connected to her community, and she did. She didn't waste any time. She got right away. She got it done. Got that money, gave it back to Zuckerberg. Got a resolution that said We don't want you running. It doesn't look good. It shows a lack of integrity. It's not fair. And she supports election integrity. And I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you so much for doing. A true woman of integrity, support her. Vote for her.
And thank you.
I love her.
Thank you. Put your hands together for Dr. Tamara Mitchell. All right, our next speaker could not be here. That was Matt Seafried. I think I said that right. I said Siegfried before, and I was reminded that that was Dr. Sigmund Freud. So that's how I could remember it. But he couldn't be here, neither could the MC, but that's why I got a mic in my hand. Everybody asking who I am. My name is Ken Beyer, and I'm a soldier in the Lord's Army. That's the best way to explain it. I do whatever he wants me to do. Today he wanted me to do this. So standing in Matt's stead is Rochelle Smith. She's going to come up here and talk a little bit about election integrity.
Okay, a couple more things. I guess it would be election integrity. It could be considered. Being a clerk, I can explain probably the best in here is what Matthew was going to talk about. And that is that 2022 is quickly approaching. 2024 is going to be very large too. We need election inspectors, poll challengers, and you all can do a part with that as well. It's not hard to do. In my little precinct that I have, I needed to solicit at least a half a dozen election inspectors for the 2020 election. To me as a clerk, that was sad. I was like, oh, okay, where am I gonna go? I just have to get out, community, start talking, encouraging people to become involved, and I was able to do that. I was glad that I was able to find that, but there are a lot of clerks in townships and cities that struggle to fill those spots. It really is as simple as going to your local township or city or village, well, not village, township or city, and asking them for an application to become an election inspector. And once you get that application, you fill it out, the board would approve whether or not you would be able to be on, which they will most likely approve. And then there would be training that would happen. That training is done at the county level. Once you're become an election inspector, that training is good for 2 years. Something that Matthew that couldn't be here today, he was put into this position to recruit inspectors, poll watchers, and challengers. And I believe Patrick said they were looking for 5,000 of them for the 2022 to 2024 cycle. And they have gotten over 800, which is a great start, but that tells you the need that we have for that. Our party cannot be asleep when it comes to these big elections. We need to have people involved, and it's a great way to know what's going on and to be able to be a part of conducting those elections. It's a huge responsibility. So I, as a clerk, would just encourage you to, if that is something that you think you could do, or talk to your neighbors, friends, whoever it may be that you think would be interested in that, to become an election inspector. It's really not hard. You get the proper, appropriate training. For a challenger, I believe you have to go to the county for that. So that is not something that they can do at the local level for you, for a poll challenger. But election inspectors, absolutely your local clerk, and they can get you set up with how you can go about becoming involved that way. Does anybody have any questions on any of that? Yes, sir.
Yeah, one question. Does a precinct delegate in any of those roles have to be affiliated with a particular party? In other words, are they eliminated? Do you have to be a Democrat or Republican in order to be involved in the election process?
Yes, you do have to claim your party. Yes. That is a question that is on the application, and there was something else that I was going to mention.
You can't just do it as an American citizen.
No, you cannot. You have to claim a party. And the law is you have to have equal number of Democrat and Republican. Obviously, in our conservative areas, it's a challenge to find good Democrat election inspectors, but there are out there. I have a few of them. That is what I'm going to be in need of in 2022 and 2024. But there's still a huge need for the Republican ones as well. Yes.
I have just a general question. We know that there's Democrats and Republicans who are assigned to these posts. And from my understanding, we generally have to take their word for it that they are actually what they say that they are.
Yes.
Do you have or do you know of a process for us to be able to actually verify whether they are actually being honest or not?
I don't know of a process that we could verify. It's really just at their word. Yes.
There is a record of who voted.
There is.
Yeah. And it should be available, but it's hard to get.
How they voted.
In the past, right? But
It's difficult to come back, they voted
correct.
because of parties.
Correct. Yep. And one other thing too, you can be you can go to your local level or your local township and you get trained. You can work anywhere in the state as long as you're a registered voter. You do not have to only work in your precinct area, where you live, in your jurisdiction, I should say. A lot of people aren't aware of that either. I really wanted to be at the TCF Center, but I had to conduct my election here in Marvin. But I knew that they were going to do things there in Detroit. It's probably good I didn't go. I may have been in trouble. Yes. You could only work in one precinct. No, because if your name was on the ballot, you wouldn't be able to be there working. Oh, sure. I think you could, yeah, absolutely. But if your name was on the ballot, it would be the only time you wouldn't be able to. Yes. Yes. It's been.
The party affiliation, can that be verified against this primary? Because you do declare the primary.
Right, but however you declare on this paper, I don't think that it could be challenged by, let's say, the board or the election commission per se that says you're really not a Republican.
Well, at least ask them this. Say, oh yeah, I switched. I don't like their
Right. Right. Okay, I think that that's it for my time. Keep on moving. And I'll be around, so if anybody has questions, I can absolutely answer them as well too later.
And what we're going to do is we're going to have you schedule a time for Rochelle Smith at her office to answer the rest of the questions. Everybody put your hands together for Rochelle Smith. All right, I have a confession to make. I didn't know what a delegate was until last October. I had no idea what it was. It's like a kept secret. So next person that we're bringing to the stage is a man that knows all the secrets.
Well, we'll
everybody,
find out.
Everybody put your hands together for Mr. Sean Calder.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before we get started, let's go ahead and give a round of applause to the Smith family for letting us use this awesome barn for the Yeah, I didn't know this place existed out here. It's kind of nice. My wife is in here getting ideas for our basement right now. So it'll be fun when I get home. So yeah, I am Sean Calder. Let me give you, I know some of you in here, but I don't know everybody in here. So I'd like to give you kind of a little backstory of where I came from and just kind of how I came to be where I am today, right? So I've been a delegate since 2018. Let that sink in. Right, I'm relatively new to this whole thing. You see a lot of older faces out here, and you guys have been at it for a long, long time. Well, unfortunate to me, but fortunate to me, I'm one of those guys. I get involved in something and I jump 2 feet in all the way. Right, that's what I do. So, I started the whole delegate thing. Who in here is from the Cass County area? Anybody? Anybody know a Jeremiah Jones? No, that's a famous name. What's that?
The mountain man.
Yeah. So he's the one that actually got me involved. I always had a political position. I always had something to say about it. But I didn't really have an outlet. So he said, well, what are you doing about it? You know, what are you actually doing? Are you a part of it? And I'm like, well, no, I just complain about it all the time. So he said, well, why don't you sort of become a delegate? I said, well, how do you do that? What is a delegate? You know, so even I had questions when I first started. That's what I get from almost everybody nowadays too. Everybody that I see, when you become a delegate, you know, well, what am I supposed to do now? Right? It's the biggest concern that we have out there. And then my problem is all right, so if we're not taking care of our delegates, then we're not taking care of our base. And if we're not taking care of our base, that company's going to fail, right? So we need to make sure that we get out there and do this. So I saw a need to develop this and to put this together and to at least work and try to get some of that information out there. Am I an expert on it? Not really. Do I have a pretty good understanding about how it works now? I sure do. Enough to be able to get up here and, you know, kind of talk to you about it today. So a little bit about me. I do have that cool Army retired hat on. I did 25 years. I'm a master instructor in the military, so kind of bad news for you guys. I haven't been able to get up. Seriously, I haven't been able to get up in front of a crowd or a schoolhouse of students in about a year. So I miss being able to get up here and talk. I said you guys might be in trouble. So for the next 3 hours, so I did recently retire, 25 years in service. Became a delegate. Once I became a delegate, thank you. Once I became a delegate, I took like I said, 2 feet in right away. I became the planning. I became a member of the planning commission from Watson Township, right down the road. Within a year of that, became the chair of the planning commission. You know, and kind of moved forward with those things. Also got involved in the zoning board of appeals. As you can see, I'm with the Allegheny County Republicans. So I'm now on the executive committee for Allegheny County, and I'm also your 6th district secretary for the 6th district Republicans. So I've been a little busy in the last what, 4 years. I'm trying to do some work, trying to be involved, trying to get in there. And when we go through, we start talking about what it takes to become a delegate. You're going to find out that that's exactly what it takes. You need to be involved, right? Don't quit asking those questions about, well, what am I supposed to do? Where am I supposed to go? Ask it one time, figure it out, and then make it happen, right? That's the kind of person I am. And that's what I try to instill into everybody that comes in. Right? Let me, all right, we're working. Right, so this is pretty much geared for somebody that's already a delegate. So who are my delegates out there? Got about a handful of you. So those of you that aren't delegates, are you becoming delegates here in the next election cycle? Got a couple of you. Who's figured out the paperwork right now? Well, I went down fast. I had like 2 hands pop up at the end of that. All right, so the county delegate's easy. It's one of the easiest things out there. Who knows where their clerk's office is for their either the precinct or their township or right here in Martin? You can see it right there. So all you got to do is you go see your clerk, or you can even go online. They have this cool thing called the internet. You hop on there and you can pull up what's called a affidavit of legitimacy. And what you do is you fill that out. And then you have that, take that to your clerk. You have to sign that in front of your clerk or notary. And then once you sign that, you submit that to your clerk's office. They submit it for you, and then boom, you're on the ballot. Right? Once you're on the ballot, what's your job?
Get elected.
How? What do you need to do once you're on the ballot? What does any good person that's on the ballot got to do? You got to campaign. Right? You got to get out there and get your name out there. To be honest with you, you've heard of the deficit of delegates that we have in the area. It's horrible. Right? Not only that, but within the last 2 years, we've had a bump up in delegates, authorizations for delegates. I know Watson Township went from 3 to 4. You know, so we were able to actually get another additional delegate. You know, in some of the areas like Kalamazoo, Allegheny, you have, I think in Allegheny alone, they have 16 seats that they have available. Out of those 16 seats, 4 of them are taken. So that leaves the additional 12 seats are empty. Right? And those are the kind of deficits that we're trying to get away from. Right? So that's your big takeaway is why we need to have this training, right? So get your form to the clerk, get your name on the ballot, and then campaign, and get yourself in there. And then that's kind of where this training picks up is, hey, now that you're a delegate, what do you get to do? Like, what are some of the fun stuff that now that you're a delegate you can actually do? You can do anything you want. You can attend all these meetings that you want to, but you don't have a voice, right? Well, what good is it going to a meeting unless you just want information if you don't have a voice and say so what's going on? And there's a lot you can do as a delegate. So what we're going to go over is these 10 different principles right here. We're going to talk about what is a precinct. We're going to talk about what does a delegate do. We're going to talk about the officers, the hierarchies of how that works out. We're going to talk about the county committee, which is super important in your counties. We're going to talk about the local, state, and national levels, kind of who's in charge, who should you know, and that's of course going to change here real soon, right? We're going to talk about some additional opportunities, and then where if you move, and then understanding the rules, questions, and then at the end of this, I can do some resources. At the end of this, if you do want the resources I have available for you, they're all hyperlinks to different information that you can have. I have a sign-in sheet right here in the front. Just go ahead, come up here and fill out that sign-in sheet, and then I'll send that information out to you via email. All right, so what is a precinct? I'm gonna pick on somebody who can read that. Who can read it? Go ahead, I'll have you read it out loud.
What is a precinct?
Can everybody hear? Okay.
First step in understanding the roles and responsibilities of precinct delegate is defining a precinct. The precinct is the smallest political unit in the country, and all voters in a precinct vote at one location. It is your neighborhood. The precinct is where elections are won and lost. Each neighborhood precinct has an allotted number of precinct delegates based on past party voting strength.
Right, and we'll talk about that here in a minute, about how we determine that strength is there. So what's the biggest takeaway from that right here? This is where elections are won and lost, right? So where do you go to vote? You go to your precinct to vote, right? That's where elections are won and lost. So the more people we get those precincts, the more delegates we have working as we just talked about poll watchers, poll challengers, all that. The more people we have involved, the more we have control of that vote, right? So we want to make sure that we're doing that. That's what your precinct is. So somebody out there, I'm just gonna raise your hand. Who can tell me what a delegate is? What's the definition of a delegate? Nobody, right? Is that why you're here? I hope so. Go ahead, give me your best.
Is it somebody who represents, well, in this case, a neighborhood precinct?
Okay, could be. Yep, somebody that represents, right? One sole person. So I'm taking the time to go ahead and pull this out. I'm going to read this one because this one's really important. Right? So the role of a precinct delegate is one of the most important yet least understood of any elected office. Precinct delegates to serve as a bridge between the Republicans in your neighborhood and the Republican Party. Additionally, each precinct delegate represents their neighborhood at the Republican Party meetings. It is the active precinct delegate who wins elections for the Republican Party, right? So it's that one individual, it's that one delegate that is the most important person to get out there and knock on doors, to do the right thing, right? To support your candidates that are within that area. And that's the one thing that I take away from that is we always have these candidates say, hey, we need help. We need some we need some people to come, hand out flyers. We need you to come to our events. Right? These are the things that those delegates get to do, among other things. Right? So the delegate is a very, very, very important person. Right? It all starts and stops at the delegate level. Right? Everything in between that was decided on by the delegate. Does that make sense? All right, so what does a precinct delegate do? Number one, they are the boots in the ground for the Republican Party. They are the foot soldier, if you will. That is the first level of the Republican Party is that delegate that's out there working for that party, right? Active delegates help people to get registered to vote. They take information and issues of candidates to the voters in the precinct to identify others interested, right? So the big thing that you can take away from that is delegates are going to help people get registered to vote. They're going to be up here doing what I do, telling you how to become a delegate and how to get other people out there to become a delegate. And then they're going to go ahead and, as I think it was mentioned earlier, this next meeting that they want to have, hey, bring 10 friends, right? It's kind of like that old period scheme, hey, bring 10 friends. And well, it's necessary, right? You need to bring those people in, give them like-minded, give them a resource. I don't know how many people, like they have no idea these meetings go on until you introduce them to those meetings. And it's by talking to people, getting out there and getting in those communities that you do so. They help turn out the Republicans' party's vote in the neighborhood on election day. And precinct delegates also keep the Republican Party leaders informed, right? If you're the boots on the ground, think about it like this, right? So you have your county officers, you have your district officers, your state officers, right? You think that they really know, like let's say at the state level, you think they know that stuff in the county, and the county's bringing that now to the state, that information is getting passed, and that's what we need to be doing. And I feel like that's where we have a big breakdown in our party right now, is that communication back and forth, right? So we need to get more people involved. All right, continued. There's a lot of stuff we can talk about. So precinct delegates attend the county convention held sometime August or September of the election year. So we already talked about having that slate and everything put together to make sure that at the county convention, we elect those delegates that want to go to the state convention, as well as at the county convention, we can adopt resolutions recommended for the state convention and platform committee. And there's some other things that we take care of among the county convention.
Some of the congressional districts get together and have their organization within the county convention.
Yep, they
Just
should,
wanna
yep.
bring that up.
Also, I think that there's an April county convention this year.
There is, yes, there is.
Ahead of the April convention to
There is.
elect Secretary of State.
Yep, so, right, and there's April 1, so we'll be meeting prior to that to make sure that we have everything all put together. All right. All right, so after election day, let me read this one. Okay, yeah, so basically it's just talking about election of new officers within the county. At the county convention, we're able to do that. We can bring in new officers, bring in those new delegates. The cool thing about the county convention is, like, let's say we have a list of delegates to go to the state convention, but we're a little short, right? At that point, we can go and elevate, we were talking about this earlier, we can elevate some of those people that want to become delegates to go to the state convention to help us out to get those numbers up there. I'll tell you this, on the first state convention I ever went to, which was back in, it would have been 2020, we got there, the Kalamazoo area was there, and they had all their chairs set up for all their delegates. There were 5 people sitting there. I mean, it was empty, and that was an eye-opener to me. Being a brand new delegate, not knowing a whole lot about what was going on, trying to figure out, well, what's going on? Why are all these people missing? You know, we need to get people involved. And that's why I'm up here doing this. We got to get people involved. We got to get people to understand what's involved, right? Okay. So basically, that's what you do is what you have available as your delegate. We're going to talk about some more stuff as far as it comes to state convention and county convention here in a minute. What I want to do is kind of switch over and talk about some of the roles that we have in the hierarchies that you see, because a lot of people don't understand how the county works as well. So as a delegate, you're kind of that foot soldier, right? You're that ground person that's out there. What you also have is every county has a GOP organization, right? Hopefully every county has it. Every one that I've seen has had that GOP organization. Well, somebody's going to lead that organization, right? So that's going to be your chair. And that chair is going to just be the person that's presiding officer of the party. It's their job to kind of hold meetings, put the agenda together, and make sure that everything is held standard and within good working order. All right, then you have your vice chair. Everybody knows a joke about the vice chair, right? What their job is. Can somebody tell me what the vice chair's job is? Right, or just they sit there and they show up, exactly, right? And that's not true. That's not true. There are certain situations where the vice chair has to cover down because the main chair can be there, as well as they are part of the integral decision-making process when it comes to those 4 members, the officers of the executive committee. Secretary, realistically, that's and I'm not saying this because I am a secretary for the 6th district. I'm saying that there's a backbone to what the secretary does for the organization for sure. They're taking the minutes, they're recording the minutes, they're holding those minutes in record for prosperity. There's a whole lot that goes on, as well as with the treasurer. Mess up some money at one time, right? Mess up the money at one time, and you're going to find out real quick who's paying attention, right? Because it's very easy to get yourself in trouble on purpose. But so those are your officers for your county level and as well 6th district level. So you have a couple different positions. And as a delegate, can you run for one of those? Sure you can, right? So being a delegate now gives you the opportunity to step up a little bit further and take on another role, right? So these are things that you can look forward to. So it's not just like I'm going to come in as a delegate and be a delegate the whole time. You can come in as a delegate and then kind of move up from there. All the way to the state if you want to. If that's your ambition, why not? Why not? But I think that the more involved you get, the more you learn. So I would definitely, I tell all my delegates, the ones that I personally brought in, stay in contact with me. If you want to move up, stay with me. Right? And it's not me saying I'm going to hold your hand. Just watch what I do. Right? It's not hard. Stay involved. Stay involved and be where you're supposed to be when you're supposed to be there. All right, so here for Allegan, like I said, this one's kind of centered around Allegan County, and these are our representatives that we have. So Mike Vandenberg is actually here today. He is our chair for Allegan County. And then we have Whitney Hurdy. We have, sorry, I didn't mean to call you out, Mike. We have Whitney Hurties, who is our vice chair. She is not here today. And Kenny Clevenger, most people should know him. If you don't, once he starts talking, you'll know exactly. Right? So that's our secretary. And then Treasurer Jason Napol is right over there in the hat that's in there. So we have a good representation of some of our officers here today. Go ahead and form a line. No. All right, so what's an executive committee? They're a group of directors appointed on behalf of within the powers granted by them. The board of directors typically consists of a chairperson, vice chair, secretary, and treasurer. Additionally, there are lay members and statutory members. So here's where we're going to start talking about the entirety of the executive committee, right? What is the executive committee? Well, we already know there's 4 officers, but what's a lay member? What's a statutory member? Somebody tell me what a lay member is.
Non-precinct delegate, elected official.
Almost 50% right. Right. So your statutory members are your elected officials. Your lay members are your ones voted in, your delegates that are voted into the EC. Okay. So I would be a lay member myself. Within Allegheny County, we have 32 members, right? So we have 16 lay members, and those are elected delegates by the county convention. And we have 16 statutory members, which are filled by local elected officials, right? So like your commissioners, your state representatives that are within your area, they all get a seat no matter what because they were elected in, as long as they're in your party, right? As long as they're in your party. Now, what does that mean if we lose a seat? Like, let's say we lose one of those 16 statutory members. What happens to our lay members? We're going to lose one, right? Because we have to be even across the board. We have to be at 170, right? So we're only as strong as the amount of people we have voted in. So get behind your candidates, please, right? Get some candidates into office. You need. I'm looking at, I don't know who is going to boo me for this one or not, but I watch Fox News every now and again, right? And the last I saw, 24 Democratic congressmen are not running next year, right? So we have seats to fill, and it's not just nationally. We've got more seats that are getting empty. Right? I got one in the back. Go ahead.
If by chance you actually have no elected officials, is there a minimum definition for the executive committee?
So I would say, I don't personally know what the minimum is, but what I would do is I go to the state bylaws, or I go to the county bylaws, and that would tell me in there what my minimum would be. Right? That's where I would go. That's where I find all my answers at.
So you said the local elected officials, are those the county commissioners?
Yes, your county commissioners are considered part of that statutory. Well, so what do we need to do?
What about? But then the delegates don't. Are they part of the delegates where they are going to vote?
Yes. So yeah, statutory no. Lay members yes. Statutory you're gonna have to wait a cycle to get them out of there, right? And that's just that is what it is. I would say in my experience, a lot of times you don't see a whole lot of statutory membership with a lot of stuff. And that's unfortunate.
So by the way, in Kalamazoo County last year, we had a lot of voter fraud. And so we only have like 4 elected members in our county that are Republicans now.
Mm-hmm.
But for instance, I ran for state house there and lost. And so I am a statutory member of our executive board, however, because I ran.
Right.
So I guess you don't have to have sitting elected members to be on there.
Right. Okay. So because you ran and they needed the numbers.
They just made me automatically statutory member because I ran for
Right. Exactly. Okay.
past election. I guess that'll go away after 22.
Right. Unless you're running it, which are you considered?
I am considered.
Okay. So we talked about the county committee. I'm sorry, we talked about the county convention, the state convention. And one thing I want to talk to you about real quick is the county committee. So what the county committee does is you have and I'm going to use Allegheny GOP because that's my breadbasket, right? That's where I'm used to being at. So you have your Allegheny GOP, you have your hierarchy there. Well, what you can do is, and this is by bylaw, you can create a county committee with the chair of that county committee and acting officers of that county committee to work in tandem with your like, let's say the Allegheny GOP officers. And what that does, then that gives us captains in certain areas of our county, and it gives us a more widespread, I guess, a hierarchy, if you would, because now you have 2 entities working together for the same goal, right? And your county committee are those ones that get all the things together. So, basically what they'll do is they'll promote and maintain good government based on the principles of the ideas of the Republican Party. They maintain liaison with Republican Party of Michigan, local Republican committees, Republican members of state legislature, sorry, that's hard, and who represent Allegheny County. And it's both at like national and state levels, right? So there's a lot that they can do. And it's their main job as the county committee is to hold recruitment efforts to get new delegates in, new candidates in, and push those, right? And then they get the support of the county itself. Right. Yeah, municipal levels, again, as far as getting people voted and supporting those. They fulfill obligations imposed on by law by the county committees, including the selection of nominees and candidates for public office in certain circumstances where vacancies are declared. Right, so they're doing a lot of the stuff that the county, that the actual county party is doing themselves, except they're the ones initiating it. Does that make sense? Right, so it's their job to do that. And for a long time, I don't know if your counties have it or not. A lot of counties are actually excluding those county committees. And here recently, that was one thing that Allegheny County did, was we reincorporated that back in. We're seeing our numbers starting to come up, right, and that's based on delegates. All right. So we're going to talk a little bit about the different districts, or about another hierarchy here. We talked about kind of the county level. Now we're going to move up to the 6th district. So the 6th district itself encompasses a larger area. This is the old 6, right? Now I was going to talk about that. So now if you look at it, we're actually going to be the 4th district. It's a little square right here, and they've cut all of this off down here, right? So they've actually reduced it in size. It is going to become the 4th district. Right now, we're unsure of exactly how that's going to happen. Once that we're obviously going to have to vote for new officers when that kicks over. The deadline for that is December 2022 is when everything's going to convert over, unless it's still being appealed, right? Which we fully see some sort of appeal happening with all this matter, right? We're hoping, and we're probably going to see it. I don't say hope. I'm pretty positive we're going to see those. So right now, your chair for that is Scott McGraw. He is running currently for a state house seat, so he is still acting as the chairperson for the 6th district right now, but he's also an active candidate as well. So you might see him out of the campaign trail. Good guy. Sharon Tyler, former state representative, is our vice chair. She is now the clerk. Somebody help me out. What county? I think it's Berrien County, clerk of Berrien County, right? So she's still involved actively in taking care of this. And then you have your newly elected secretary right there, myself. He's still figuring things out and trying to, like I said, 2 feet in, right? But I'm figuring things out as I go, and I'm getting a lot of help from a lot of great people. Thank you. And then you have your treasurer, Rose Kilsheimer, former secretary of the 6th district, stepped into the treasurer's role, and has been doing a really good job. She has a background in finance, and man, she's teaching me some stuff for sure. And then right now you have the current 80th House representative, which Mrs. Smith right there is running for, and it's now what, the 54th? 43rd, I'm sorry. That's okay. Now it's going to be the 43rd. So you have Mary Whiteford, who's your current representative. If you've not ever gotten a chance to talk to her, she's a very, very kind person that would stop and talk to anybody. She's also got a barn too. All right. So you have your 72nd House District representative, currently 72nd, is Steve Johnson. Unfortunately, Mary and him are both term limiting out, so that's why you have the great person like Rochelle Smith there running. And then I'm not sure who's running against our Ford and Steve Johnson's area. We're still waiting for the maps to kind of figure themselves out. Right? They're figured out, but I don't think we're done with them yet. We'll find out. Right, and then you have your Senator Eric Nesbitt, who's our 26th district senator, and that, of course, is going to change. And then, all right, there's this guy, Mr. Fred Upton, who I know some people listen. I knew that was going to happen.
Not left yet.
Right, I knew that was going to happen, but he is currently still in that seat, so I have to put him on there, right? So that is your 6th district House representative. Additional opportunities. We're going to talk county convention here and this is for the delegates, right? So you get to act as members of the county committees, which, if you haven't seen, Allegheny County has a great website, AlleghenyCounty.net. You can go on there, check it out, and see what kind of committees we have. We have a ton of them out there. You can participate in recruitment strategies. One of those is the Allegheny County Fair booth. And if you've never gone to a fair booth and hung out and basically supported your party, you've not had the day that you've never lived, right? Because it is amazing. Some of the people you get that want to talk to are awesome. Some of them are awesome. And then some of the people you want to bounce off the wall. And then some of them are they're just fun, lighthearted people that don't know what they want to talk to you. They want to find out what you know, right? And it's a good place to really, if you like talking to people and you're comfortable doing that, it's a great place to go. I do it as much as I can. It's fun. You get to attend special events such as Lincoln Day dinners and state conventions, Mardi Gras, any Centurion dinners. And these are all fundraising events, right? We have candidates that are running in our areas. So we want to be able to support them. So we have these dinners and these get-togethers to be able to do that. And man, it's an awesome place to go meet people. My first dive into it was a Lincoln Day dinner. And that's where I met Senator Nesbitt. I met some of these people running for office. I met John James, and just all these different people that had the same. It was the first time as an individual that believed in conservative values that as a Republican, had a room full of people that I could talk to, and not feel like I was being stared at one way or the other, right? These are great events to go to. If you want to speak your mind, you want to find other people that like to speak their mind just like you do. All right, state convention. You could be a state convention participant based on how the county convention goes, right? You can adopt debate and adopt state platforms. Who's here aside from us helped been to a state convention? So a couple people. So what was your experience at the state convention?
You got a smattering of everything in one room.
In one room. That's a great way to put it. It's a Friday night fiasco, man. It's amazing. It's amazing what happens on Friday nights. Every candidate that's running and their whole assorted team will come into your room. They get basically 5 minutes to pitch, but it's kind of funny the way that they come in. Some of them come in on their hands, some of them come in sideways. It's a lot of fun. If you get the opportunity to go out to get involved with the county and get put on that slate to go and be a delegate at the state convention, it's amazing. Go to it. Except for last year. Last year was an online, so it wasn't great. All right, so you get to vote on new state party officers, a new state central committee to serve through the next 2 years. Right. So if you're not happy with the Michigan GOP right now, that's your opportunity to go ahead and change that, because that's when the candidates are going to be running, and that's when you could go there and you could put your vote in. As well as what's line number 4 say? Who do we get to vote for? That's the state convention. Lieutenant Governor, Secretary of State, Supreme Court of Justices, State Board of Education, right? And I know that we're all sick and tired of all of those people right now, right? So what a great way to get in there and get those people knocked out of there, okay? So those are some of the things as a delegate that you're able to do. There's quite a bit. I just took up how much of your time talking about what you can do as a delegate. There's so much out there to do. What we need you to do, though, is to be active. If you looked in there, it says, what's a delegate? Well, they're actively participating. There's a word out there, I call it dinos. It's not a Democrat name on there, right? Because I don't think I've ever seen one of those. I don't know. They're pretty hard charging for their party. But a dino, right? A delegate in name only. Those are those delegates that come in, they take up a slot, but then they don't do anything. Right? And I don't waste many of those, unfortunately. I don't waste many of those. So what we need is those active delegates out there to get the ball rolling, to be out here doing what we're doing, showing up to these events and making things happen, right? It takes all of them, not just one of us. I'm just one guy up there telling you some information, okay? But you guys are going to take this back and spread this amongst your community, right? That's what we're supposed to be doing. So this is one of the biggest questions I do typically get is like, so what if I move from my precinct or from my township? Do I have to give up my delegate seat? Well, that depends. Like, are you still on the fringe of your township? Are you kind of in it? If you move outside of that precinct area or that township, you do have to give up your delegate seat. But what I would implore you to do is to check with your clerk or check with your local supervisor or whoever's out there and see if they have any vacancies. And if they have vacancies on the next county convention, right, maybe you can get yourself elevated back up, get yourself back as a delegate. Otherwise, you're going to wait for the next election cycle and then you'll move through that. Some of the rules. The rules are, I will tell you this, they're in black and white, but can be left up to interpretation, right? You've seen that before. Anybody ever in their life, right? Like if I read a book one way, somebody might read another. So mission bylaws is the governing bylaws, right? Those are the ones that end all say all. That's if it's not clear in our bylaws, check the mission bylaws. What does it say there? And we've had some instances where we've had to pull up bylaws and like, all right, is this legit? Can we do it this way? Or do we need to revert to the mission bylaws? And we've done that in the past. We've had to pull out all of it. And then Robert's rules. Who's familiar with Robert's rules? Who wishes they never learned them? And who understands them? Where's Kenny at? No, I'm just joking. So we do have our subject matter expert here that we go to all the time for this. So Robert's rules is only about this thick. It's not very big, but it covers everything, like stereo instructions on how you hold a meeting, how you conduct a meeting, how you're allowed to motion for a change, or how you're allowed to fight something, right? And it's very particular. It's very one-dimensional, I guess, if you will. It's very regulated. But it's a rule book, right? But if you ever get a chance and you want to waste, I say waste some time in a fun way, because you need to know these. Go ahead and pull up the Robert's rules and take a look. So, what are your questions? Hopefully, I answered some. If I didn't answer them all, I am available. You can find me all over the Allegheny County website page. All my information is there. You can find me on the Watson Township page. All my information is there. My phone number and everything. So I am not untouchable. As well, like I said, up here on the front right here, I have a sign-in sheet. Please write your email legibly. I have a lot of district and county stuff I'm working on tomorrow. Because we don't get paid for this, right? We're doing this out of the need to make sure that we're doing the right thing. Our country's going the way we want it to. Put your email on there legibly, so I can read it and send it out to you. And I will send these out tomorrow. If you want the delegate handbook, which is a very more extensive run through of what I've just talked about, so that we can kind of read it and dissect it for yourself and kind of understand it a little bit at your own time you can. Our Allegheny County website, if you want to get involved, whether you're within Allegheny County or not, we have all kinds of events and everything on our calendar going on. Hop on there and take a look. We do have some new things that are going to be coming up on there here shortly, as far as letters to the editor and things like that you guys will be able to participate in and just kind of be a voice of the community. And then Allegheny County GOP, that's our Facebook page. A lot of other information on there. So this is kind of geared around the GOP kind of thing. If you do have any questions, I'll probably stick around for a little bit. Just come and talk to me individually. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Put your hand together for Sean Fowler. All right, and for more education and training, go to miprecinctfirst.com. That's miprecinctfirst.com. I know I've been talking a lot about the hill that you need to find to die on, and I was back there talking to Pamela, and every dream is a risk. And when we're doing God's dream, He will give us signs and certainly make us wonder. And He will dispatch angels to help you accomplish that dream. The hill I was willing to die on was about a year ago, January 6th. I joined the Lord's Army November 4th, after the election. Woke up and it was stolen. Something happened in the night, it was gone. And I remember Joe Biden saying, "This is the battle for the soul of America." Do you guys remember him saying that? I took it seriously because evil has to tell you what they're going to do before they do it. Right? And I was not going to let Satan have the soul of America through implied consent. Amen. It wasn't going to happen. So we prayed on it. I asked my wife, I said, we have a blended family. I said, are you going to take care of my daughter if I don't come back? So I went. It's the most amazing thing ever. It was the largest prayer group I've ever attended. There was more people praising Jesus, blowing horns, and just loving America. It was the greatest event you could ever attend. And at the end, I never knew there was going to be a parade or we're going to gather at the Capitol. I didn't know that that was the hill I was willing to die on. But Capitol Hill was the will of, I guess that was the hill I was going to die on. because we marched to it after the event. And it was not a trail of tears, but it was a trail of cheers. It was amazing. We walked all the way down, and we got there, and they opened up the gates and ushered you in like you were going to a Trump campaign or a rally. It was something. And I'm looking up, and I'm a little bit naive. I'm like, wow, they got fireworks. And the lady next to me says, no, it's not fireworks, that's tear gas. Never seen tear gas before, but as we're getting pushed, you're part of a crowd, you get closer and closer to the front, and all of a sudden I got hit by it. Newsmax was right here doing an interview. And I said to my business partner, it didn't taste so bad. My eyes were watering. It wasn't a bad taste. And the news guy heard it, and he grabs the mic and slams it over to me and he says, what's it taste like? And I said, it tastes like freedom. He goes, what? And I brought up my best Mel Gibson impression. I said, it tastes like freedom! He goes, I'm using that. Oh, great. And then all of a sudden they said, it happened, Biden did, or Pence screwed us. A bunch of language, and everybody charged forward, and I went with them. I know what I'm going to do in the battlefront, part of God's army. I charged right forward and got right to the edge of the steps. There's a scaffolding here, there's the stair steps that were blocked off. Ashley Babbitt was behind me. And she goes, get going or get that out of the way, right? She went climbing up on the banister. I can't do that. She's in a lot better shape than I was at the time. So I stood there, and they did what everybody should do in your type of situation. I prayed. I said, God, give me a job. Because I'm not sure the next step I'm going to do is the right one. And I sat there, and more people followed Ashley. And I'm like, I'm not doing that. So I sat there, and I just waited. Next thing you know, here comes the Newsmax crew. He's on his microphone going, all right, okay, hey, we got to go. We got the okay to go ahead. And the girl that was with him at that time goes, oh, I can't go. My back just went out. And the disappointment on everybody's face that was with him was a 204. They looked at me, all of them, like I was supposed to hand Trump. Let's just pray for a job. I go, I got your back. And they handed me a tripod. So I said, what do you want me to do? They said, protect us. You know how to get up there? I said, yeah. Construction. Let's just walk up the stairs. And I opened up a little skirt on the scaffolding, and we went underneath it and walked right up the stairs and got to the top. And at the top of it, we were the first ones there. So we're on the Capitol steps. And the people that were getting ready to, the SWAT team, they're getting in their gear, they're in formation, and the camera guy, Sam, goes around with his camera. The lady steps out of line, police officer, grabs her gun, goes, whoa, stop. Do we have permission to be here? She says, yeah, just stay in front of us. All right, there's two confirmations that can be there. So we videotaped what we could videotape. Heard shots fired. Somebody came up to me, and he was part of the retired SWAT team, he told me. They said they just went into lethal, which means they're not going to use tear gas and flash bombs anymore. Like, all right, Newsmax, we're going to go gather on the lawn and give our speech, but 300,000 people? I had the honor to be one of the people that captured the history at the Capitol. From then on, I realized that there's nothing to worry about when you decide to be on that hill. God has your protection. He's going to cover you with his blood. He's going to protect you. So whatever it is inside you that you need to do, whether it's this type of event that Curtis put together and Pamela, God will provide the people, the knowledge, the skills, the desire, whatever it needs for you to help accomplish that dream. So don't worry about it. Just be willing to do what God wants you to do at the time. So, all I got to say about that. I want to thank Curtis for the wonderful job he did. Also, everybody that puts this together, everybody that came. Each one of us has something, a talent that we need to share with the world. Don't be afraid to do it. And thank you for coming.